Mary? Okay.
Yeah,
4:00.
yeah, it's 4:00. We've got our school improvement plan presentations for our middle school and high school tonight.
Yes.
Do we need to?
Just thank you for being here. We appreciate it. So we've kind of talked through the order. It's jump to guard, Mr. Cook, then Mr. Healy as Canyon Creek, and then Mr. Castle. And are you going to be contributing as well?
Here.
And so, so Biani, and so they're going to be sharing the third, and then also WLA after the high school presentation.
They'll kind of go together.
Oh,
at the
okay.
end because they're not
Yep.
all need to be able.
Perfect. So similar to the elementary, we've asked them to highlight a number of particular items. So you'll see those, you'll be familiar with those. And then at the end, there'll be time for questions. So there won't be any questions during your presentation, but after you're done, then there'll be 5 minutes for questions. We ready?
You bring it.
Fantastic. All right.
You got that clock going?
And then we may see Ida
Yeah.
during your presentation. So just keep going. All right.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Cook, jump to guard middle school.
Here we go. So I'm confident in 15 minutes because it's a lot of good data, but I think I'm pretty concise here. So thank you for the opportunity. Excited to share some progress that we've made. As soon as I can. There we go. So this is kind of, we really had to think about how we were doing as a school and had to make some changes because as you can see with our data from previous years, we definitely had some things going downwards. All students were certainly going down, but some areas are very concerning to us with students with disabilities, low income. ELL was improving a little bit, but it really wasn't where we needed to be. So we were really focusing on those areas, but also general, how do we get all students to rise again? So a lot of soul searching went into this. I said this time last year, we weren't very happy with where we're at, but we've certainly put some work into it and commitment from our staff to do better. And so happy to share where we're headed. So looking at the top section, all students level 3 and 4, you can see that quite a significant growth there. You can also see by achievement of grade level, something very excited about. 6th grade up 58.3% pass rate, 7th grade 70.8, and 6th grade 60.1. All those were significant growth in a minute. Maths, big gains in 7th grade. And also 8th grade big gains in science. So we were really proud of the movement. As you can see in the bottom corner here, our growth goal for ELA was 7%. That was our goal. We hit 10. Math, 8% growth. We didn't get there. We got 5, but we did meet it in 7th grade math. And then science, 8% growth. And ended up being 12%. So very pleased with a lot of work and commitment of our staff to get it moving. One area which obviously we need to work on, I don't think there's anything to celebrate there, but attendance went up 5% based on the previous years. We don't have the information from this year, but still that is an area that we want to focus on. Because you think about it, if you can have those growth, if you can have that growth with that sort of attendance, what could you do if they come more? So that we believe that we can continue the same consistent work as we have been, but get kids to come to school more often. That I think a lot of that will improve. So looking at as you can see, some trends there. For all students went up 12% in ELA as far as student growth. Math, not much movement there. So obviously an area to improve in. Low income, significant growth, 15% jump in 1 year for ELA, and math still about the same. Students with disability went from 52 to 59. Massive gains in students with disabilities in math, went up from 47 as far as student growth to 62.5. So that's a big movement for us. ELL, for the first time, we haven't been able to get any measurements because the number of students per grade level was less than 10. Which was a bit of a bummer for us because we've always enjoyed having so many kids there. So hopefully get those numbers back up. But as you can see, some really pleased with students with disability in math. And student disability in ELA in general, both a good movement. And then once again, low income was big too. So definitely saw some positive signs. One of the things we're really thrilled about is the high rates of student growth for ELA. So over half the kids, well over half the kids saw high growth in ELA. In math, still something to be pleased with, 44.1% of kids, high growth. Really excited about that. What is really cool about ELA is you look at compare high growth to low growth, is almost 4 times the amount. So what was really cool about that, especially ELA, was that it was kids levels 1, 2, 3, and 4 all moved. We had some of the highest scores ever seen. Level 4 kids continue moving.
Wow.
Last year we saw the 2 highest scores ever seen. So that was great for us too. So you can see student growth percentile at the bottom there. That means basically a student growth percentile. And if I'm wrong, please correct me here. That's how much we are growing. You compare yourself to other kids in the state at that age level. You can comparing your level of growth to everyone else. So, for example, all students in 22-23, we were growing about the rate of 50% of other kids in the state. Now we are running at 70% of kids. We are growing higher than 70% of kids in the state. So to see all students go from 50, a growth rate, to 70 in 2 years is pretty exciting. To see a growth of special education from 45 to 59 is really encouraging. And then finally, low income, to see we're all about closing the gap, and to see kids closing those gaps like that, where they're rising that much, is testament to the work of the students and the staff, and we're really proud of all of that. Once again, other exciting things. So the high rate of growth for ELA, 12% growth in 8th grade science. We've done a lot of work to fix that. We've made some changes, people teaching it, but also one of the best things we've done. I'm fully very grateful to Candy Creek and Jake's work. We have partners as a team. We do our PLCs together. We do a lot of work at the start of the year. We plan together. We do scope and sequences together. I think Caitlin Higley has done a tremendous job partnering with teacher.
Pat Rice.
Science, yeah. Hoosier Rice, yeah.
Ryan Hughes, sorry, went blank there. So Ryan Hughes and Caitlin Higley worked really closely together. He's, as you've seen, Ryan's science growth over the years has been phenomenal. We thought, well, we got why go anywhere else when the best in the state is right up the river? So we have jumped in on that. And that has been, he's been such a great asset to us. But just one of the things we struggle with is some teachers are just teaching the one subject because the schools are so small. So to have Candy Creek come down and work with us, so they got partners, has been great. And I will say, when you look at the ELA growth, a lot of that has been due to very successful PLC work, where they are closely working together. And so what you see in the 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade is the same sort of work. It is very strategic. The fluff has been taken out of all the curriculum, and is very focused on key reading and writing elements. And that's why you've seen this off the charts growth. We did some work on the growth in ELA. We are I believe we're like the top 1 or 2% of the state for growth in ELA this year.
David, I'm sorry. What do you mean growth?
What's that?
Growth means a lot of things. Can you define that for me?
Questions now, we do it at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, can we
Because
hold that
otherwise,
next? Yeah, well,
this is a meaningless presentation for me if I don't
okay, so
know what you mean.
yeah, can you explain the student growth?
It's just as far as how much they grow per year. Are you talking about that?
Grow. What do you? I have no idea what you're talking about.
First time the scale score on the state test, right? So that scale score gets interpreted into a level 1, a level 2, level 3, level 4, right? So the actual scale score, right? Students increasing from a 200 to a 600 is what we're considering growth, right? And so they take the typical growth across the state, that's your median student growth, and then they're going to make a percentile out of it, right? The average median student grew 100 points. And if our students with jump to guard are growing at 200 points, right? That's where you're going to get your, our students are growing at a higher rate than the median student across the state.
So 100, 200. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So 30 points a year is seen as a year of growth. So we are seeing kids grow 90 points, 100 points, 200 points.
This is on their exam?
Yes.
Performance?
A smarter balanced exam.
Okay,
That is,
okay.
their scores are following them
yeah, okay.
from year to year. And so
It
in
is
the metric,
confusing.
the measure we get, and later on, we could probably share with you some of the specifics on the scoring, the total number.
Well, that's enough to have a clue of what you're talking about.
It's a
Thank
lot. Tip's probably watching from Florida right now, saying, help him. I struggle with this too. Tip's my dad,
Okay.
that does most of the data, but yeah, so.
But this is looking at individual student
Yeah,
growth,
it's
so looking
comparing
at
each-
average of
yes.
every
What
student. in
are
this.
we seeing from last year's test scores to like next year's test scores? And we knew it was going to be a big year because we saw kids moving like 60, 90. We've had a couple of kids 250 points. So that's like 6 or 7 years, 8 years growth. It's been phenomenal.
Wow.
So, all right. So,
Thank you.
so thank you for the question. It is hard to understand half of this. So, area we want to move on last year, this I do understand better, is discipline data for the last 3 years. Coming back from COVID, we really had some struggles. It was really challenging. We had a lot of kids out the door. It's not something we want to do, but for safety and other reasons, felt that we had to. I would say most suspensions are due to safety. And so we've made some changes over the last couple of years. One thing that's really helped is our bathroom security system has been phenomenal, keeping kids in places they need to do. A lot more work around restorative, a lot better counseling support has been great. Building good relationship with kids. And so that's been a lot of it. So as you can see, 2022, 23, you lost 187 days, and last year was 69. And I think we're trying to get to it before it gets out of hand. I think we've been more hands-on, which has been helpful, but it's certainly made things a lot better around the school. It's a lot safer. I think the anti-vaping campaign that happened a couple of years ago with the posters around the wall, that's the most simple yet effective strategy I've ever seen to address that sort of stuff. So as you can see, numbers have gone down significantly. So we're really proud of that. Needs identified. Attendance obviously is the big thing for us. 66% of kids are missing more than two days a month. And when we worked it out, if you do that every year, where you miss 18 days a year, by the end of the time you finish school, it's a year of study. It's a whole year of school. So we tell the kids which school year should you miss, because that's how significant this is. And what we've found is kids who miss school don't catch up to work. They just don't. And so we're working hard to get them there with personalized notes, reaching out to parents, trying to educate parents on the purpose of why they have to come, but also trying to make the school a good place to go, acknowledging they want social time. They trying to reward them when they make good choices. Things like Husky Bucks, get them to come to school. All those things are really important. So if we can get them there, that'll make a difference. The other thing we want to work on is getting the student growth percentile. We're going to do a book study around thinking classrooms, which is what Jake's already done with his teachers, but getting that sense of urgency. I think getting to, sometimes I worry with math, it feels like the attitude might be, math is hard, but I'm going to hold your hand the whole way, versus we need to teach our kids to be fearless. Math might be challenging, but you can do this. And so having them be resilient, having them take on the concern versus feeling like we have to walk them through that. So that's something we really want to start working on as well. ELA goals. So here's our steps. We're not going to change really much from we did last year. I mean, I think if we got attendance up, that would help, but we focused a lot on full rights and essays. The essay outlines. What was really cool is when we were doing the yellow piece of paper, the kids do the yellow piece of paper for testing, and they write down all their thoughts. How many kids were writing outlines for their notes for their essays? And that was everywhere. We called the hamburger model. They were all doing it. So we teach that in the 6th grade. We teach that in 6th grade social studies, science, language arts. We do it all the way through. And so every kid gets exposed to it on a regular basis. And what's cool is every teacher has their own teaching style, but they're doing the same thing. I think Heidi Keller teaching 7th grade. Social studies last year backed up the writing. That's one of the big reasons that's such a surge in 7th grade. Math, like I said, it's the monthly math meetings, book studies, student engagement in class, and then one thing is focusing on think time and let the kids work it out. Don't just jump in to save the kids. We've got to get out saving kids in math. We've got to let them deep into the pool and work it out, and it's okay. So that's another thing we're working on now too. I think we've got to, math is hard. Yes, it is, but it can be done. So let's see what you can do. Science, obviously our best step last time was to work with Ryan Huser at CCMS. Continue supplementing curriculum with hands-on projects. We use Amplify, but it isn't enough, so we try to do different things. We're trying to get our scope and sequences in line, continue critical concepts. One of the most, we really worked on some stuff where what is the most important things they need to know in science? We did a lot of work with AI at the start of the year and said, okay, what do they really need to know? And we're just hitting that hard. And a lot of that work, we need to define what were the most things that what were things most tested on the SBAC last year. We went through AI and found all that stuff. And so we really streamlined what is most important. And of course, claim evidence and reasoning. If you're in the first thing you want to learn in science is claim evidence and reasoning. They do that all the year. It is backed up by language arts, social studies. Stake a claim, show you evidence and reasoning. Students get really stuck on the reasoning. They're pretty good at the first two, but the last one we need to work on as well. Attendance. We're almost done here. Or going overtime, I see it.
It's extra time, Jim asked a question.
Oh, that's okay. So boosters. So once again, our boosters, how do we get attendance up? Well, boosters have been absolutely magnificent. I'm not just saying that because school board president's part of the boosters. They have been fantastic to work with. And they have really helped us in so many areas. So once again, attendance incentives, we just had our honor roll assembly where we went over, rewarded kids for good attendance. We've seen an improvement there. Attendance letters and updates, letting parents know what's going on, send letters to kiddos. Parent communication. One of the things we're teaching parents this year is get them in the office. They don't have to go to school. Get them in the office. They got anxiety. We will help them from there, but get them out of your car and get them in, and we'll take it from there because it really comes down to kids says, I don't feel well. And the parent says, okay, stay home. We've got to tell them, get in the car, get to the office, we'll take it from there. And I don't care, we have them all day as long as they're here. So that's what we're working with as well. Measurements of success, attendance rates. We want to see improvement this year. Student survey results, climate and culture. We have seen a lot of improvement there. SBAC scores will go up, math focus. We are seeing more kids in athletics, which is great. And then, of course, we do interim assessments throughout the year. That's how we're going to know we're doing better. All right. And once again, I've always believed if you're worried about how your presentation goes, put a cute animal at the end. And that's your last thought. This one on the side is a sixth grade student who decided to come up with that, Gem to Guardians to Galaxy. So that's a tribute to Finn right there. So
I love it.
Anyway, that's it. Right on time. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, questions for Mr. Cook?
What did you guys do differently this year that led to the jump in students with disabilities going up so much? Yeah.
Great question. So we did a lot of pre-teaching. I think what we found was special education was often it was they come to this class, catch up on the assignments that you didn't get done, and there was more getting the grades done. What we do now is we are saying this lesson's coming up. These are the concepts you need to have in order to get, when you walk into that lesson, you've already got familiarity with it. And so you can immediately contribute. So that's what we've done too. Plus, honestly, for special ed is they're doing the same rubrics, the same, the hamburger that we talked about, the same writing tools that everyone else does. They just continue doing it more. But once again, how special education kids are also being helped is because these concepts are being used the whole way through. If they don't get it the first time or the second time or the third time, they're doing it enough where they start picking it up. Yeah. And so I can tell you that the special education students who were doing the testing, the teacher was saying they had all their notes written too. So they're very simple tools and all the kids can pick up on it. So that's what I think makes the surge.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I just want to say, being at JMS, I love how you know every kid's name. You have these relationships. Kids seek you out to hang out with you.
I appreciate it.
And they love you for that. And the other thing is, as a parent, I really appreciate your emails about attendance because I read that to Kaden one day and said, how bad is your stomachache? Or how bad is your whatever, that day? And I said, read what Mr. Cook says. If you miss this amount of days a month, this adds up to an entire year of school. He was like, oh, guess what? He went to school that day. He didn't feel as bad as he said. So
Yeah.
we do read those and I do appreciate those emails because they make sense.
Well, and thank you, because what we tell the kids is, you stay home for the day, but the problem is not solved.
Right.
And all it does is build up the anxiety. So that's why I tell the parent, get them here and I will sit with you and I will help you understand. Get them through it. We need to do a start a conference with your friend, because often it's a friend issue.
Right.
Or they have an issue with a particular class. We can solve that, but I can't solve it for you in the comfort of your home. I got to get you here. So that's what we focus on.
Right.
Any other questions?
Yep.
So back to the student growth question, which thinking back to previous presentations, I don't know that we spent as much time talking about the student growth as we did the percentage of students meeting
The numbers, right?
three and level 3 and level 4. So what David and Tiffany have been doing has been looking at the student growth and seeing how their student growth compares to other schools in the state. First locally and now in the state. And when he says that we're close to the top, we can see that because there's data that's provided by the state. So we are looking at the student growth. So that's each student, right? And then over the 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade in total. So, but we could look at each individual student and what their growth is. And then collectively by grade band and then the entire school. So we're looking at that growth. And so when we say we're drilling down and then the why, like why are we seeing that? And David and Tiffany presented to us, Connor and I recently talked about, we think it was this focus on a strategy that isn't just in the gen ed setting, it's also students receiving special services are using that strategy.
Everyone's on the same page, especially the ELA and social study with SPED. Even science, they're all doing the same thing. So it becomes quite easy when you do the same thing over and over.
Yeah, I forgot about the connection of social studies, Washington State history in the 7th grade and ELA. They're covering that way.
Yeah, the 7th grade students, we were happy with, we were counting for that last year, top 1% in the state. Right. They were, I think they were like 80, it was phenomenal
As a class.
as a class. Right.
And again, I'm sorry, but growth can mean so many different things. You're
Yeah.
saying improvement in scores as compared to last year.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Meaning
hard
of
to
it.
understand it.
Well, I understand. I mean, I studied growth, but totally different than what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can, that's a part of the exam, how the exam is scored.
Right.
What the total points, what that represent, and then that's comparing those scores, and the science is graded differently than ELA. So I think
But it's really, you're looking at a metric for improvement, how the
Yes.
students as a group has
Yes.
improved over last year, same cohort.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then what we see is,
I think the old system too was, well, they do awards and stuff, it was always the schools that always got high test scores. But
Yes.
what wasn't recognized was who started here.
Improving,
And what it comes down, what all I care about is when you start here in the 6th grade and you leave here, you're a better student.
yeah.
And I'm hoping it's like that. And that's fortunately in the ELA, we still see that. We're not getting that now, a bit of a plateau, but we're definitely seeing the trajectory in the ELA.
Right.
and even though a level 2 is not a level 3, maybe that student had a level 1
Right.
the previous year. So we're seeing growth. And then when we're able to honor schools that receive the banners, and you see these banners at CRG and Hathaway and Gauze, it's recognizing
It's showing us growth.
It's that type of growth.
Yeah.
Are we able to see that by the individual student? Or is it,
Yeah.
so you can actually drill it, and do we have anything where,
Most improved.
When we-
students are-
well, not necessarily most improved, but like if we've seen a student that consistently grows at, the normal pace, and then all of a sudden there's a big dip one year, do we dive into that, and do we have metrics to flag that? And also like as a parent, do we give that? Because I would be curious if my
Yeah.
kid's always been here and all of a sudden they shot up, or all of a sudden they had a rough year, like, do I need to dig more into what's going on with their friends or different
Yeah,
things?
yeah.
I know it's probably a lot of data,
But
but
sometimes it's the day, what happens on the day.
just of the test.
But also, yeah, it sounds like a future, could be a parent meeting where we go over the individual student report
Yeah,
and kind of talk about like what kind of information are you receiving as a parent that we can help you with that and understanding. Again, the score is not a score that any parents probably have any experience with.
but I even
Yes,
think
sir.
about if you're a parent and you do get those things of like, hey, your kid's in the red on this.
Right.
But if they're in the red, but they grew
Yeah.
at a big rate, like that's something where you can turn around as a parent, and instead of harping on they're in the red,
Yep.
you're like,
Keep going.
hey, like you're getting better. You did this much and
Yes.
you're like 50% better than growth in the other kids, and give that encouragement.
I I cautioned against forgetting the fact that growing from 1 to 2 isn't the same as everyone's getting a 4.
Yep.
I mean, I think we can flag and applaud growth. But for me, as just a citizen paying my taxes, I would like every student to be not just growing, but have grown, so they are performing and they
I
learn
agree.
the material.
I think with this year I'm celebrating by closing the gap.
Yeah, no, it's awesome.
It's not there, but
Right.
it's closing.
Right.
That's how you measure progress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's how-
So if you're doing the right things to
Yeah.
eventually get to that ultimate goal.
I guess it's comparing us to another district though, which let's say everyone is already 3s and 4s, they don't have, of course, we're going,
Percentage growth.
they don't have the room to grow in the same way. So,
But threes, there's still room to grow. 3s and 4s can grow, and
Fours.
our data will show you, we had a lot of 4s who still grew
okay,
multiple years. So I think we also be careful saying just because your kid might be doing well in school, but we just say they stop growing, then that we're still not doing, we should be challenging all students.
yes, yes.
So I want my 4s just to grow as much as my 1s.
And a 4 can show their growth in this actual test data.
Within
Yes.
each level, there's a range of numbers, right? So you could be at the bottom end of a 3 and have the whole rest of the spectrum to grow, same with a 4,
Got it.
right? So to Dave, Mr. Cook's
Yes.
point, right? The measure of like growth is helpful because the 4 can grow just as much as the 1 can grow.
Right.
And we want all students, regardless of their level score,
Right.
to be growing.
That's what I think we're most proud of. Kids at all levels grew.
Grow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
It
that's,
wasn't just the kids, there were plenty of room to move. No, these kids up here moved a lot.
Okay,
thank you.
thank you so much.
One quick comment, just as a parent with 2
Yeah.
children in your building. I really like the culture that you created there. Like if you've been to the assemblies, you've been to there, like. When you ask them to sing the fight song,
The Aussie.
yeah,
Yes.
and
They all know
the
it.
rapport, I mean, and Sam's been there a bunch too, but I think it's really good. And it shows your connection with the students, right? And is there room to improve? Obviously, like
Yeah.
you're never gonna, that's a never ending philosophy, right? But I do like that culture and I'm hoping at some point to replace some of these pictures back here and I need one with you with the stop sign. In the park.
Only if he wears the shirt that I need him to.
Yeah, I got that. I'll put that back up on the board. Yeah.
You can include it in your next presentation.
That is something else. I will try and find that. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
So we're gonna go to Mr. Healy. You get that set up? There's a little time here.
Start sharing.
Again, we will, it is 15 minutes. I appreciate you
I'm sorry.
recognizing Mr. Cook. We did, there were the
Sorry.
questions.
Yeah,
Okay,
I didn't
yeah,
understand any of it.
Yeah,
so that
yeah,
helped a
no, I
lot.
appreciate you asking the question. I think that helps. Hi.
Did you make it across the bridge okay? Did you make it across the bridge okay?
Okay. Mr. Healy,
think we're
are you ready?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Jake Healy with Canyon Creek.
Right. So
Okay, Jake, go ahead.
thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate you listening to me for 15 minutes. And I'm gonna build on some of the great stuff. I really appreciate the partnership with JMS and David spoke to it a bit. But it's been wonderful. Our teachers collaborate a lot. We collaborate a lot. And it really benefits, I think, both schools a ton. And I appreciate you laying the foundation on the student growth stuff, so I don't have to explain it.
Explained very well. So
Yeah.
clarify.
Canyon Creek, so I'm just gonna give you kind of a broad overview. I think you guys know it well, but it's a smaller school compared to JMS. It's 170-ish students, right? Give or take a few students. I know we have 2 more enrolling in the next month, I've heard. So, yeah, another one in December and one later this week, I think Wednesday possibly. So I think we're hovering right about 172, 173 right now. So when I started there a few years ago, we're about 215. I know there were some higher things, but we've really kind of leveled off at about that 170, 180, covered in there for the past couple of years. Our attendance is similar at about 65%. Excited to see if that's changed. We've really been pushing that attendance piece more the last year or two, and really hoping to see some growth there. It's again, like David said, we do a lot with the days we get, and we think we could do so much more if we had every student there every day. So that's one of our big focuses. It's something we'll talk about with some of the data one of our goals really hits on that as well. The other thing to note, so that WSIF is kind of small on that screen, but we've actually seen some really good numbers coming through in our WSIF data. So you'll kind of see the trend has been right, mostly blue. That's positive. It's where we want to be. That last one is students with disabilities, and you'll see again, there's been some real positive growth there. Again, we're looking forward to seeing those numbers and hoping that trend's been continuing. There's been some very purposeful work in that specific category that I'll speak to in a little bit. And we're seeing the benefits of that. You can also see that same category a little further down in the students with disabilities and students without disabilities, median SGP, which is the average of the school for student growth. And I know David mentioned that a little bit. But one of the things I thought was really cool with that, without getting into a lot of the, what is the student growth, but our students with disabilities actually outgrow compared to their peers across the state who are also IDEA identified compared to those at Canyon without disabilities, which means they're growing at a very high rate, which is pretty cool to see. And again, there's been some really purposeful work and some really cool things happening up there to help with that. In fact, our teacher, Catherine Baxter, was interviewed by the ESD last spring, and they were going to write up some of the things that were happening because they were like, you guys are getting data, the rest of the state isn't. There was about 3 or 4 schools that they were interviewing that had very different data from the trends across the state. So we're pretty excited about that. In terms of our achievement levels, which is kind of maybe more what people are used to, right? That's how many people are getting those 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s. You can see that for all our students in this lower kind of right-hand side of it, our level 1s, and then our levels 2s, 3s, and 4s, and our level 3 and 4 is what we consider making benchmark, right? That's kind of what we're used to. I know the state recently kind of pivoted and said, well, there's foundational scores as well, which includes that level 2. But for most of us, for a long time, we're used to hearing, did we pass or did we not? And that's level 3 or 4. And so at that point, kind of hard to see up there, but in ELA across the school, it was 49.7. In math, it was 45.4 that got 3s or 4. And then our science scores, pretty amazing, 75% are passing that benchmark, which again is going to be the highest you're going to see in probably the 3-county area in Southwest Washington. It's one of the higher ones across the state. There's some impressive stuff our science team does. And you see that again when we get to that grade level breakout. So you can see we only test at 8th grade for the WCAS. And then by grade level, there's a definite trend that's been emerging in the last couple of years. So you may remember last year when I sat here, we talked about the data. We had a similar 6th grade struggle, and then we make up ground consistently. So the picture of our 8th graders is pretty great. They're doing really well. 69.2% passing in ELA. In math, it was 57.7. We actually set our SIP last year was like 60% at each grade level. We came close in 7th and 8th grade math. Again, somewhat close in 7th and 8th grade ELA. It was 70% actually in ELA. We had some pretty high standards we were shooting for. Last year and the year before, our 6th grade really struggled. And so it's been a bit of a challenge. There's some reasons I think for that. There's some things we're trying to adjust with that we're hoping we'll see a little bit of differences this year. And then we're trying to really partner with JMS, especially on that ELA piece. So the teachers, we saw that data and said, okay, what are you guys doing? So even I know the hamburger planner is actually happening that he spoke about. I watched it this week and last week in ELA classes happening, right? So we've really tightened up on that. And trying to learn from that. And that again is one of those great things about the partnership between the schools. I do want to take a moment and just kind of remind people we're a lot more than our data. So when I talk about that grade level data, I can tell you that each student at Canyon Creek at the grade level is about 1.7% of that benchmark data. And so when we talk about moving, our scores, we're talking about 4 or 5 kids sometimes to get our SIP goal. But it's so much more than that. And if you, I don't know how many of you, I didn't see most of you up at the Canyon assembly today. I know there were assemblies all over the school district, but it was amazing, right? We had the veterans assembly, families coming in. We had this big breakfast. We had the American Legion Hall that's like next to our property, right there. The color guards come in. We have just so many amazing things, families, students, Cape and Canyon together. A lot of our kids are Cape and Canyon kids. They've, joined at Cape and come all the way through. This year, we actually have a large group. We have more new students than I think we've had in the last 4 years. So we actually have a whole bunch of students who come from town and then some of them transferred in. And there's a lot of spirit there. There's a lot of love there. The kids are known. The community is part of it, right? There's a wrestling meet happening right now as I'm speaking. I'm sure it is packed. Our boosters are there. They've got concessions. There's a lot of wonderful things, and there's a lot of pictures I wanted to grab just to capture all that. Our kids do some awesome stuff. Our numbers of sports just continue to climb up there, with really high participation rates, right? We have, I think, 28, 29 students playing girls basketball, right? And when you think about, we have 170 students, and then you take out all the sixth graders who can't play, and you take out all the boys who can't play girls basketball, like that's a lot of our girls playing basketball. And then you add that, we have wrestling happening too, and girls doing wrestling and the boys doing wrestling. So, and then band and just all the things that they participate in. So there's just some amazing community up there. The kids have a great time. The staff members love it. And it's a wonderful, wonderful experience. And then our staff work really closely and really well together. I think that's one of the greatest strengths we have. Our size is a strength. It's why people tell us they want to come there. I frequently give tours throughout the year. People say, I'm moving here for this. There was a family that Brooke Hanley, the Cape principal and I were talking to like last spring, who purposefully like moved to this area and were only trying to buy a house in that boundary because they just wanted that experience. So people definitely choose to be there. That lends itself a special culture, I think, when people really want to be there. So as I mentioned before, one of our great strengths is that they do grow so much over the course of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And I know that JMS sees that too, right? And in the back of my mind, I'm always like, what if we could get them higher in 6th grade though, right? And just keep them moving. And I think that is our goal. And that's one of those needs I've identified as well, as we really need to improve our 6th grade and that experience. 6th grade's a really hard transition. I think we all look back and know that middle school was an awkward time. Right? It's a tough time, and 6th grade itself is a big transition. So we're trying to improve that experience and get them more involved and get a little more student voice there. Our science scores are definitely one of our strengths. Our science team, they're so aligned that this picture was taken because they showed up wearing the same thing. Unexpectedly, like they work so tightly together, and they've built out a vertical alignment. So we talk a lot about PLCs, and PLCs often happen at grade level, but where they really start to pay dividends and where we've seen it is when it's not just at the grade level, but we're now vertically aligned through all 3 grades, and they're all working towards that common purpose. So whether it's that hamburger planner and they're getting it introduced in 6th grade, and they're doing it in 7th and 8th, right? And we just build and layer. They just get so much deeper into things that way, and the students really grow that way. And that's why we start to see that 8th grade benefit. I mentioned we have a development of a dynamic special education model. We've really grown our model to be more flexible. So a few years ago, it was very much kind of a, not one size fits all because it was IPA and it was IEPs, but it was individualized to student, but it was a little more rigid. It was a little more, each student took this resource class or they got push and support, and that was kind of it. And we moved to a little more of like, hey, some students only need to be in this classroom a few days a week. Some people need this pull-out piece. It's just a little bit more based on what the student needs. And where we've seen some benefit of that too is we also have a co-taught class now. We have a math co-taught class at 7th grade. And one of the things I'll show you in a little bit is the data around our 7th grade math. It's our Bridges class. We changed around our introduction to algebra. It was Bridges at 7th grade. We have all 7th graders take a semester of extra math now. We've seen some tremendous growth in last year's 7th grade scores because of that. That was another 6th grade math was not great scores. And they actually made up all that ground because of it. So we saw really great scores again, got back to kind of where they've been. And then it also makes more students prepared for algebra. So now every student is exposed to what they need. And then we use the screeners and the testing to see if they're ready for algebra, as well as those grades in that experience. It's also a very engaging class. As it's co-taught, the teachers work really closely together. They use data constantly, and they actually break apart. They have different things going in the classroom at different times. And the students move around between them. So it's a highly engaging class. It's not special education in that sense, but it is one way we get some of those students served. Because sometimes those students will pull out. We do something similar with Washington State history. There's a parent who goes in there and then also does some really dynamic stuff with some of those students. So we've targeted 7th grade. That was based on some of our other data previously. Now we just need to try and expand that down to 6th grade, right? Get those guys on board. I think the other thing is that, right, our smaller size up there, the really cool thing about it is we can change rapid. It's the implementation time for us is pretty quick. It's like we want to do a thing, we go to a staff meeting, and our staff talks about it. You know, and there's 8 of us sitting in the room, and we say, let's do this thing, and it happens. So it's one of the major benefits is that we can really react to the data we see, and we can start to do things in response. Some areas that we have some needs are just continuing that PLC alignment. We need to continue to work with JMS. They're doing some awesome stuff, and we want to keep that going. In terms of our next steps, our goals, we decided that we really wanted to say, hey, it's not realistic for us maybe to say, hey, 70% again at all grade levels. We have some different things happening at different grades. So we said we want 6% growth in our ELA and math scores at each grade level. And we're just going to say, we think we can do this, right? And as I talked about, that's 4 or 5 kids. Can we get 4 or 5 more kids moving forward? And we think we can. David mentioned we're doing some work around engagement. There's a book study happening specifically with math and some ELA teachers called Building Thinking Classrooms. It's a great book. It's really about like what is some research proven tier 1 instructional practices that pay off and we can implement. So we're beginning that work soon. So they've been reading it. We're talking about it at staff meetings. The common formative assessments and all the PLC work is happening. We do talk at our staff meetings because they're so small. So we typically will spend some time saying, what are you doing in math right now? And how can we build on that? And so there are times where there will be some cross-curricular work that happens there. And then we're working on communicating that progress home a little bit more, sharing some learning resources. It was cool to see IXL this fall. And we're trying to figure out how we can work some IXL and maybe even share that out with families at some point as some extensions. The other piece that we need to work on is attendance. And we felt like the best way we could really work on attendance is trying to help students feel like they really should be there and belong. As David kind of mentioned, anxiety is often a component of that. And feeling like maybe I don't fit in, right? And or there's something that's a barrier getting me, not getting me to school. And so we wanted to work on how do we belong? What's the culture like? Last year we did a thing where we actually sent postcards home to every student, and we heard huge payoff from that. Like families were really excited. Students mentioned it to teachers. So we wanted to continue that, doing personal notes home. We are doing a book study. It's a book study called Fish, and it's about the culture of a workplace. And it has some different components to it about like having fun, choosing your attitude, those sorts of things that some of the teachers are engaged in. They got to choose which book study they wanted to do. So we're trying to really put together a coalition of people to help the adults really to try and guide and lead that work. And then again, trying to expand some student voice. So I'm excited to hear what students may say tonight. So in terms of measurements of success, I don't know if you can hear it, but this ultimately we can talk data all we want, but that little clip is from when the high school came last spring. And you can't see the high schoolers off to the side. This is our 8th graders last year, and they're doing the high school chant. My volume's off, and we're doing the Zoom. But that's really my ultimate measure is, are they going on to good success with that team and with that group up at the high school? And I'm hearing that it's going great for our freshmen. So any questions?
Question about the 6th grade struggle. Do you see the same at Jump to Guard? 6th graders are really struggling.
Yeah.
There's my key.
And for us, it's like you got 3 different schools coming together. Yeah, and different friendships, different relationships, different teaching styles, and yes, they come together and get it all right, be a challenge. But it is naturally, you see a dip when you bring it back up. Well, you hope is you don't have too big a dip, so that's something.
Can come back up, yeah. And is there, I guess, is it something that K-5 preparation puts them in a place where they're not quite ready in terms of the multiple teachers all the time, or?
Yeah. I mean, I think there is that transition of multiple teachers, and it just changes. What what I noticed when I look at the data, and maybe it's some of my benefit of I have access to a lot of data because I do a lot of the coordination with the data too. We actually see like the CAPE students, fifth grade does really well. So actually they tend to like, they're a little lower in fourth and they peak in fifth and they drop in sixth and or they come back up. And so whatever's happening in fifth grade, they're doing a wonderful job. And then there is this transition piece that's kind of tough. I think at Canyon, one of the things that we found is our sixth grade has been most impacted by as we've reduced. That's the area where new teachers have gone in and or the teachers have shifted into what they were doing that wasn't their specialty. So that's the grade that got kind of hit most by some of those reductions and changes. So like I said, our small size is a strength. It's also a challenge in that the teachers up there are teaching 3 or 4 classes each, a different subjects.
Yeah.
And so to be an expert in all of that is challenging. And at sixth grade, that's been the area that was newest for most people. And so it just kind of happened that way last year. We also tried to kind of buddy up social studies and world ELA. And what we found was, well, in theory, the humanities block sounded great. 2 hours together. It turned out to not be so great for a lot of people. And I think some of the scores maybe actually were impacted by that. So we de-blocked that this year, and we're going to see if that's one of the things. Sometimes you got to make all these little changes to make a big impact.
What's the tier 1 instructional? What does that mean?
Okay, so tier 1 instruction is what you do with all kids,
Okay.
basically. So it's all kids get tier 1, tier 2 would be kind of like small group intervention stuff, or like so you notice you get your test scores and you're saying, hey, some of these students need a little bit extra. I'm going to do this in a class.
Mhm.
And by tier 3, we're talking about pretty intensive, unique to each student.
Thank you.
You asked my question.
That's what I do.
You stole mine earlier, too. Anybody else? Got anything else?
I think you meant that there was a cute animal for David.
No, I think you mentioned it earlier, but like I'm one of those people that bought my property where I bought it because I wanted to go to Cape Canyon. And that school is such a hub of everything upriver, like even outside of school, that's where we go and hold things and that. And I think you do a wonderful job of trying to involve the community in multiple ways, even people that don't necessarily have students still in the school. So just thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there was a circus up there this weekend.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
A service?
Yeah.
How did I not get invited to that?
Talent
Yeah.
show,
We had
silent
that.
auction.
Haunted house this year at
Yes.
Canyon.
I heard
It's our
great
first-
things
Yeah, so
about
we're
that.
I think we have bigger plans for next year. We don't want to compete too much and steal the thunder of the high school, but there's some people who don't want to travel downriver.
Especially in the rain.
And ours a little more little kid appropriate.
Yeah. Yeah. I think little kids get scared noise.
Little bit, yes, a little bit.
Okay, we're
Yeah.
good? All right,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Mr. Healy,
Thank you.
Mr. Castle. Are you ready?
I was sitting back here, not with my pump right here, but I was afraid my head was in front of the TV, so.
We couldn't see past your tallness, tall head.
So I was just gonna keep it out of the way, so.
All right. So the WLA information, it sounds like it's embedded in.
Well, it's at the end, but
Okay.
it's, we'll talk about it.
Great.
We're in the beginning, so there's limited amount of data to share.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Take it away.
All right, so, Washougal High School School Improvement Plan, you notice we show up on there. That's our brand we've been pushing, and, as I think is starting to take off with our kids and in the community as well. We're trying to find examples of ways that we demonstrate that. So throughout the year, because it's not just a slogan for us, it's something that I think that people live in Washougal, and it's what we want our high schoolers graduating with that mentality as they show up for other people, they show up for themselves, and they show up for their community. So our WSIF scores, first, they look like they're trending down, which technically I guess they are for most of the categories. What's been hitting us a little bit is, again, it's a common theme in the school district, is our attendance is lower than the state average. Our math scores have not been great. We got a couple dip there for the last couple of years because we moved away from freshman academy for a number of reasons, which one of the indicators is your freshman on trackness, which is kind of the way they calculate is not if you have 6 credits at the end of your freshman year, because if you have summer school, you're technically still on track. It's if you pass all 6 of your classes. Well, in this case, for freshmen, it might be all 12 because we have semesters of their classes. So we've had a little dip in that with moving away from Freshman Academy. For those of you guys that don't know what Freshman Academy is we had all our math, science, and English courses up at Excelsior in a smaller cohort with students that struggled, or students struggled for various reasons, size of the school, transition, anxiety, attendance, anything where they felt that they were trying to duplicate a smaller learning environment. But we found that was great for that freshman year, but then they were making the jump to the sophomore year where we took away an elective and added another core class. There was a big drop in their sophomore year. It was heavily dependent on the 3 teachers we had, and that was wearing them down. And it staffing wise, it wasn't a model we could continue with the smaller class sizes. So we made some changes. So there's a small dip there. And then, like I said, our attendance and our math scores are what are bringing us down across here. Graduation rate dropped a little bit from 24 to 25. I'm still really happy with that number because we also moved away from any of the waivers the state gave from COVID. This was the first year that technically it's a 24 credit diploma that students are supposed to get to graduate, except for there is still, we can waive 2 elective credits based on circumstances. And the state lets us kind of determine what those circumstances are. Most of the students, have a number of different circumstances that have prevented them from getting to 24 credits. So it's 22 credits, which is still more credits than they had to get ever before. So the fact that we were able to hit pretty close to that 90, not quite our goal of 90, is pretty happy with that. And then we have a large group of students that went to the adult transitions program as well, which even though they met all our graduation requirements, they still count against us because to remain in the program, we can't actually graduate them out. So that was about a 2% up there as well from the previous year. So pretty good. You'll also see there's a 5-year graduation rate on there as well. That's calculated by students that come stay with us even if they don't graduate, and they complete their for their diploma within the next year. Clearly, we don't have that for last year yet because they're working on it now. Our ELA data here, we don't have necessarily the same student growth data as everybody else because we only have 1 test their sophomore year for math and ELA and 1 test for science. So it's not data that's just readily provided to us. There's longitudinal data you can look at, but to dig down by student takes a lot more time, and is the number of students there's a surprising number of students that take it in 8th grade that maybe transition and are with us or not with us by the time they're sophomore year. So the data is not as relevant. So we just look at where they landed. One of the things we kind of been focusing on is the foundational versus college ready. So foundational is your level 2s, college ready is your level 3s and 4s. One of the reasons we're looking at that is because we think that if we're looking at more of a growth model is going, all right, if that are 2, how do we get them to a 3 by the time they graduate, right? So we're looking at not their sophomore year as their end of their high school career, but as I make a midpoint check of where are these kids at, where do we need to continue to keep them to grow and get to that college ready by the time they graduate, because that's our end date. Happy about our college readiness for ELA. We're beating the state by 10%, which is good. We can't see foundational to see where we're at on the state level. And it's also difficult to compare the state. You can't disaggregate, or at least I haven't found an easy way to disaggregate it and compare your categories by state. So we could look at it and go, all right, our student disabilities are passing at just over 30% college and career ready. What's that look like at the state level? We can't do that unless I went through every single school in the state and compared theirs. I'll do that on my weekends, I guess. So haven't done that yet. So I mainly just look at our picture of here. As you can see, all the categories are relatively close to the same, except for our students with disabilities. It's an area we need to focus on. Math. Again, there was an area of focus has been for us for a while. You can see We're struggling in this area. The foundational is getting better. We're seeing that increase. But as far as the college ready, meaning those 3s and 4s, our students aren't quite getting there. We're about the same as the state right now. So there's a number of theories of mine of why this is happening, but I don't think we don't have any hard data around it other than the kids are struggling in math across the state and probably nation. Again, an area that we're going to focus on with everybody, but student with disabilities still below their peers. Science, thanks to, I think, some of the work that's being done in the middle schools, our science scores are going up. They're staying pretty strong. Beat the state by 15% for college ready in science. We implemented a new trial curriculum last year in a couple of our classes, Open SciEd, which is one of the only curriculums that has been approved by the NGSS as meets its green in all the levels when you look at all areas of approval. Very phenomenon based, very application based. It's a little struggle because it doesn't necessarily pull out the science as clearly as stuff does in the past. So you've got to help pull it out, but really the kids are looking at phenomenons for about 6 weeks and all the science from different lenses that go into it. So looking forward to see how that transitions to our test scores. Attendance. So I'll explain what this one is. Attendance, clearly an area that we need to work on. The graph shows the percentage of students that are in each category. So 26% of our students from 24-25 had 95 to 100% attendance. 27% had 90 to 95% attendance, and so on. The table on the right is more of a sum. So 53% of our students had that 90% or above. 80% of our students attended 80% or above, and so on. The number on the right, less than 18, that's the number of days missed per year if they fell into that category. So although 90% sounds good, you're still missing 18 days a year. Although 80% sounds okay, you're still missing up to 36 days of school a year. The other thing about the way this is calculated, if you look at the attendance the state gives us, it's well over a year old. So we can't look at it year by year. So I've been running this out of cumulative, and I think I figured it out how the state's calculating. It's the same. The high school is slightly different. Is if the student misses first period every single day, then it'll add up to 5 of those or 6 of those will add up to 1 full school day, even though they might be in their other 5 classes. So we differ from the middle and elementary school is a lot of times kids are missing specific classes because they can drive or they can walk or they can ride their bikes versus getting a bus to school. And so trying to figure it out exactly if they're just missing a lot of school or just a lot of 1 class or a lot of 2 classes is one of the things we're doing. But attendance, clearly a concern. Areas of strength, ELA is above the state. I think that's been a strength for us for a while. Our ELA teachers have been doing a fantastic job. If you look at the longitudinal growth that it gives us of the students coming in, we are seeing the students improve. Science appears to be a strength. We had a little dip last year, but the year before we were up. I think we need some more consistency to see if that's going to continue to be a strength of ours, or if it was like a blip. Like, is it contingent upon the cohort that comes through, or are we just doing a really good job of science? So we need a couple more years of data behind that to support it. Graduation rate, although we had a dip, we're above the state average in graduation, and I think we do a really good job of keeping kids enrolled with us and keeping them working towards graduation. Dual credit opportunities is a strength of ours. 17 CTE courses with an opportunity of 58 college credits out of our CTE courses. We implemented college in the high school this year, 6 different classes with up to 65 college credits the kids can get out of there for free. And then 9 AP classes. Some of those AP are college and high school and AP combined. We're looking at adding additional college and high school classes next year because one of the quotes from the Eastern Washington teachers that came over, professors came over, was like, you guys are doing a phenomenal job. I think your classes are as good, if not better than ours, because you guys get them for more time. and you're having better conversations. So really excited about that. And I think our improving culture is also one of our strengths. One of our kids came back after homecoming and said, I think it's awesome how we're redefining what cool is at Washougal High School, because it was about respect, it was about kindness, it was about hard work, and those are the students that got voted in. Areas of growth, regular attendance, math across all student groups, and we've got to continue to improve how we're serving our students that are receiving special services and help them perform better on assessments. I also think an area of growth on here goes with our culture a little bit. We're doing a great job on how students treat each other and the culture we're building at the high school, but continuing to build that academic culture, I think that goes with the attendance. So one of the things we're working on. Action steps. So we're looking to increase our ELA scores. We want 90% of our students meeting those foundational skills, up from 85% of them. That's a strong indicator on success, post-secondary success, is your reading and writing, right? And your ability to communicate. I think how we're doing that is going to have to shift to the AI a little bit. Like, what does reading, writing, and communicating look like differently in the future? Something we haven't had an opportunity to fully dig into yet, but it's something we know we need to start changing. And then we want up from 71 to 85% of our students in those college level readiness skills. Things we're doing at IXL, I'm sure you guys have heard about it a little bit. We are really pushing that hard in all our classes. You can see we've had almost 2,000 skills practiced as of yesterday. Almost 1,000 skills students showing proficiency and 625 skills showing mastered. It breaks down to not as many per student, but if you think about, this is extra work that we're having them do, and it's those kind of questions that come up on assessments and their thinking questions. We're really excited about that because we're at the beginning of the year. We do 3 interims in all our English classes. They'll do an interim in November, January, and April. They'll look at those results by individual students, and they'll start figuring out as a PLC what they need to do to improve in those areas. And then the targeted interventions is we do pull their 8th grade scores and look at those students that are close to that. They're right there in that level 2s, high level 2s and the low level 3s, because we want to see kids grow from there to meet the state assessment. If we looked at everybody, that would be a little tougher. So we're really looking at that group, like who's close to meeting that proficiency level of college ready, and how can we help them get there for those targeted interventions. And then English has specific ones they are targeting based on the data they dug into last year. So our math goals, we're looking to get from 56 to 65% students meeting foundational skills and 29 to 35% meeting the college ready skills. Large of this comes down to half the test is no calculator. We got to keep building on those no calculator skills. We are going to continue to, IXL with the math has been really digging in. We can see that the math teachers jumped on top of this because they know that practice, a lot of the students, they need practice. What they also need practice with is doing the test, writing it out when it's on a computer, because a lot of math, you got to solve out on paper. They don't tell you to do that on the test. So the good thing about IXL is it's requiring to solve the problems out on paper and get used to doing the answers. Again, interim assessments, the target interventions, the no calculator work, and the math department's digging into our geometry scope and sequence to make sure that we're teaching geometry standards to standard. The test is also 90% algebra, but they take it during the year, they take geometry. So we're also looking at how do we integrate algebra more into it in authentic ways to keep them from learning it. Attendance, we're looking to improve the connection to a staff member. We've been pushing on recognition for the positive behaviors in attendance, and we're looking to improve our attendance from 53 to 70%. I think I have another slide in here in a second that'll tell you what we're currently at. We did this clear climate and culture vision for our staff. I went through staff and said, here's the expectation. And I think it was very, very clear on how we're going to treat kids and how we're going to interact with students at the school to make them feel welcome and want to be here. We're implementing the attendance team, which is going through the attendance works tier 1 foundational supports, and then our Jostens results formula, which is about recognition, supports, all those. And then working on a communication plan, just like David was talking about the parents. I have this one that actually we kind of previewed with a couple of students that when they start looking at the number, what their current attendance rate is, how many weeks of school are they missing? That's where the kids started sitting there. Wait a second, I'm at 80%. I'm missing 5 weeks of school this year. should probably go to class. Yeah. So,
Says math
and then we've
skills.
done a lot of work on our positive physical environment in the school from, Aaron helped us get a bathroom redone, and the outside the school and the inside of school we've been doing, and really just trying to make the school look nicer and a place where kids want to be and be proud of. Measuring success. We're going to be using IXL all year, looking at how kids are doing. We have a monthly data team that looks at how the students are doing. Clearly at the end will be our SBAC scores for our ELA and math, climate and culture. I'm looking at our monthly attendance. This is the one I could run easily. Now I figured out how to do it. We were 80%, 90% attendance better in September. We dropped to 68% in October. We're going to keep on. We're going to figure out who dropped and why. And we don't care if it's excused or unexcused at this point. We're going to reaching out to people to see what we can do to improve their attendance. And then we'll have a spring survey to see how many students feel connected to staff members. And we've been working on recognition for positive support behaviors. That's it for the high school. So do we want positive questions? I only have 2 slides for WLA, and then we can ask questions if you want to do that instead.
Just finish it.
Okay. So WLA, we used to use the same data because as our foundational data, because we don't have any, right? It's a mix of students. It's our first year running it. It's technically considered a separate school right now. We had 50 when I made this a couple weeks ago, we had 54 students. I think we're a little more than that right now. 11 of them full time. So students at Cascadia Tech Academy, if they want to also take an elective course, like most of them take ASL 3 or ASL 4 or Spanish 3 or Spanish 4 if they're a band as well, then they don't have room for one of the core classes based on the schedule. So they have to take an additional course online out on their own. And so that's what the 15 CTA students are doing. With the implementation of the new CTA programs at Excelsior, that expanded that to a couple more students as well because their schedules just didn't line up. 28 students taking the hybrid courses, meaning they're taking 3 to 4 courses at the high school, and well, any number from 5 courses at the high school to 1 course at the high school and the rest in WLA. So it's a mix of the number of classes they're taking. It seems like social studies seems to be one of the ones they're kind of choosing to take online more than the rest. But the majority are taking electives in the high school and core classes online. So you can see the 7 freshmen, 11 sophomores, 19 juniors, and 15 seniors. The sophomores will be the ones that kind of give us our state assessment scores for ELA and math. We'll see how it goes. We're currently checking their progress and trying to figure out how we're going to help support them, because when we're only seeing them once a week, there's not a lot of in-person support that happens. So, and our goals are going to be the same as just our, or at least the top 2, English, ELA, and math. Those are our goals to get them there. They're also doing IXL. We're trying to get them to do IXL, but it's not necessarily required because it's not right in front of them in class getting done, but we're recommending that they do it. And then we're going to have them try to come in and do the interim assessments as well.
Can you go back a slide? So 11 sophomores will be testing in ELA and math, and then science will be the 19 juniors. That happens. There's a window of time from April to June, or when's the testing happen?
Yeah, we do those in May.
Okay.
It's assuming we can get them to come in. We have a similar problem sometimes with running start, is since there's no real penalty for not taking the test, saying, hey, come in and take this 2 to 3 hour long test for us would be great. Do me a favor, right? And so getting them to come in, we'll see how that goes.
Thank you.
Most of these freshmen were homeschooled before this, or were they in the lower level?
Some of these were in WLA in 8th grade. Some were, and some of the freshmen, sophomore, junior, seniors were in WLA a couple of years ago and have chose to come back to it, or doing a little more of a hybrid. Some are just students that want to try something different. We haven't, I think it's going to grow based on this hybrid option is going to grow. And we're trying to figure out how we can continue to do a better job serving them, because our real goal is to have everybody in WLA get the exact same, like they're not going to get the same educational experience, get to the same level of educational experience that we're providing in person, which I'm not always convinced happens right away in online schools because we're using Edgenuity, which is the same they use at the K-8. It's one of about 3 to 4 online platforms that schools use. We'd like to move over and have it be more aligned to exactly what's happening in our classes, because when kids transition back and forth, it makes it very difficult if they're in one platform and then they're not doing anything similar to what they were doing in in-person class, and trying to help those supports is very difficult. So that's our long-term goal, is to have figure out a system to where at least in their core classes they'll be doing online with the same course expectations that they would in the same curriculum that they would in person. That's going to be quite a few years down the road before we get to that point.
Questions?
Did I hear you correctly say half the math tests they can't use the calculator on? And can you help me understand why? Because we literally have calculators in our pockets all the time now.
Great question for your state representatives.
Okay.
We don't even know which ones. It's just during the test, they can use calculator on some stuff, they can't on the others. So
And they test within their Chromebooks, so both middle and high school, and then elementary, it's the iPads. And so they don't have an external calculator there. When it's available, it pops up. And then the next question, then they can't use it, then.
Yeah, then they might get it right.
You know, I'll give you, I mean, I went through college without calculators. They're too expensive. It'd be an unfair advantage to rich kids. We use slide rules, and that put everything into a very visual, put a lot of trigonometry into a linear visual for logs, everything like that. But I come back to those 2 or 3 freshman girls, none of whom could do simple, I won't call it math, I'll call it numeracy. 4 times 7, need a calculator. That is not equipped to be a successful citizen, in my opinion. If you can't multiply, if you have to use a calculator and take the time to punch in numbers to multiply 4 times 7.
I don't disagree with that, but if you're talking algebra level things, I mean, it's like, are we trying to equip them to be successful in the world, or are we trying to, anyway?
Yeah.
Neither here nor there, the test is what it
My
is.
opinion would be is if we are taking away the calculator, are we assessing their ability to pass an algebra test, or are we assessing their ability to do basic mathematical functions? So, but if they're calling it college or career ready, I would imagine that being able to do without a calculator would be college ready.
And then do we see with the attendance, do we see more first period misses than other periods? And I ask because first and fourth.
But today, we had nobody show up late for lunch today.
Okay.
I just want to throw that out.
Yeah, our first period attendance is not good, and I sent something out to families a little while ago saying, hey, we got to improve this first period attendance. And a lot of it is rolling in at like, school starts 8, and I'll roll in at 8:20, 8:25, which last year when it was 7:50, it was 8:05, 8:10, right? So
You can see the line at Starbucks at Safeway.
oh, I know they come in with
At 8 o'clock, I'm like, I'm buying milk and you're not in school.
Yeah. So I think that's like when I was talking about that culture of how our students treat each other continues to improve. And I think the opportunities for kids to feel like they belong continues to improve, and to be part of something continues to improve. But this idea that on time to things is important, right? Showing up every day is important. Is an area, kind of one of the next areas we're going to continue to try to improve on. And then there's a couple, if you ask students, there's a couple reasons behind that. Is there's so much information for kids out there these days, and they learn different ways. A lot of times they're saying, well, I don't 100% feel the value of being there every day. And so I think that goes back to maybe shifts that we need to continue to think about looking at it as our system and what we're doing in our classes.
Did we ever consider a later start? I mean, because I know there was the big push nationwide, or maybe in a lot of communities a few years back, when more and more of the data was showing like, hey, when you're in that high school range, right, you really do better when you're getting up a little bit later and maybe going to bed a little bit later naturally. And I understand we have limits. Did we ever discuss that?
We have before, the district has. In my time, at least once, but maybe multiple times. So we didn't choose to. Other districts locally have
Have they seen any change in attendance when they initiated that like was a direct correlation of that's the only thing that changed?
You know, I have not looked into their results to see. It could be something we could certainly look into.
Just curious as someone that skipped first period all the time in high school. I'm just gonna be honest.
I happened to read a little article the other day. I'm not sure how much research based it was behind it, but it was saying, because I was looking for articles around this to start figuring out how we could do some article studies with our students. And it said that you see improved grades and you see the improved attendance, but they didn't see a marked improvement in standardized test scores. And so maybe that shows the value of standardized test scores. I don't know.
I'd say that, yeah.
Maybe, or
Not valuable, yeah.
take that as what you will, but that's what their data said that based on doing.
Mark, quick question just on, do you have any visibility to like PSAT, SAT, ACT scores, and even percentage of students taking those tests? Because with the SBAC in 10th grade.
So we offer the PSAT every year, and this year we had 50 students take it with us, and then we receive the result as well as the students. And so we look over that, and there's a wide range of scores, anywhere from low 800s up to really high scores. And then we don't share that out with teachers because we're not technically allowed to. But I do share it with students, and counselors do discuss that with students and about what are your opportunities. We run it for the National Merit Scholarship. So that's why we run the PSAT 10 that we do. So then students that meet that score, we make sure that they know about it and help them apply for that scholarship.
We have 2 commended students this year. So
wow. So what does that mean?
National merits?
yeah, commended
That's great.
students. They were frustrated. They said, "Oh, if we would have been in," because they somehow looked up states, and they said, "If we'd have been in that state, we would have qualified for the next round, but we got beat out in this state." So apparently have a certain number per state. So.
We don't run the school SAT, but we do, if our students have accommodations with us for testing or things like that, I make sure I'm the testing coordinator and make sure that they can apply for their accommodations so they can run it at testing centers. So we support our students in that way, making sure that they know how to do that. Our Chromebooks are loaded with the appropriate testing device or platform Blue Book. So they use our devices to test at the testing sites. We make sure that's up and running. So we have a lot of support around SATs and PSATs.
Would you say 50 is a good number that take it?
It's lower than it's an average number for our sophomores and juniors. It's lower than when we paid for it. But again, it's whether or not the students find it valuable. And so we push it out to the parents and the students. We talk about it in English classes. We talk about why it's important to take it. We talk about the scholarship that's attached to it. We talk about enrollment. We talk about it in the high school Beyond plan. And so if there's a student that's interested, they take it. We really want students that are interested and they have an opportunity their sophomore year and their junior year to take it.
I think there's been a decreased number because there's a lot of universities that are just not requiring them anymore.
Oh, good.
And so
What is the cost of the PSAT or the SAT?
The SAT.
The PSAT is $18. But our school district actually, they go based on your poverty level formula. And so it's actually $16 and some odd cents for all of our students.
So if there was an outside funding source, would more students take it?
I don't think so, just because of what Mr. Castle said. It's just not as elevated for applications.
Question about the attendance. I mean, it seems like this is a cultural thing, not just a local thing. Going back many years, even my years at Breakfast Club, whatever. And I see it in my older granddaughters that their culture isn't to show up on time. And when they get to the real world at a workplace, they find out it actually is important if you want to keep your job. And I worry about underplaying that. Oh, they made it by 9. That's great. Then they're going to get a job. And I've had kids that work in my lab and couldn't get there on time. And, worst day of my life is having to fire someone.
yeah. We do talk about that. And typical high school response is, well, I don't get paid to be here. Right. But I think some of them, I think if you ask some of our business owners in town that hire, entry level positions, they'll probably tell you that they've probably had to hire and fire some students for attendance and they figure it out. But we also have students out that don't attend, that go to work at 5 a.m., come in late,
Right.
because it's just not their thing. So
Right.
I think like every,
Situation.
yeah, they learn or what they value, right? I think we're just trying to continue to make our classes, being there as valued as possible,
Yeah.
as in what are the students doing?
Any other questions for the high school?
One quick one, just back on the testing, right? ASVAB. So
We do offer the ASVAB as well, multiple times a year. The students get score reports. And then with IXL, when they sign up for the ASVAB, I assign them the study skills in ASVAB. And then for students that get scored and don't want to retake it, we assign specific skills in their lowest testing area for them to practice and improve their skills.
Good.
Okay, so we have a little bit more time. If you want to, we have our three middle school and high school principals here. So our secondary principals and Mary is an AP. Do you have questions for them collectively that you want to ask?
How do we fix math? And I say that in all seriousness, because like I feel like you're exposed to reading in a lot of households, you're exposed to reading in English, even if you're not intentionally being exposed to it. Whereas for me, math, it does have the perception of being hard, but it's also a skill that very much builds on itself. And so if you're behind in third grade, it's that much harder in fourth grade and that much harder in fifth grade. And and so I just, am I like, is that a reasonable assumption of maybe we're a little bit behind in lower grades and it's just building? And I know this is a nationwide problem and I'm not expecting you to fully solve it, but like, I feel like there's gotta be huge strides in science. Like we're doing better in English, ELA everywhere. Like, how do we do that in math?
Yes, before they answer.
Yes.
So the state is adopting new math standards. So that's coming and
Are we just lowering the bar or?
Good question. Probably.
I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay.
That they're updating the standards, and with that, we will need to adjust. I don't know that they're that much different that from current. So that's something we got to be looking at. We are looking at. It's just it hasn't happened yet. So there's a lot of things that are unknown in the country that we're all aware, and the state, and so. OSPI has had quite a bit of turnover with their staff, so this is something that we're going to be looking to adjust to. And you've heard each one of them talk about like math, recognizing math. We heard elementary teachers, principals talking about math, and we know that we adopted a new math curriculum, and we're excited about that. So one of the things that I think we're going to see is that math curriculum at elementary level, that we're all doing it. And so the visits we've had so far, whether it's the executive team or when we went to Cape, we saw firsthand that our teachers were using the same curriculum. And so we've invested in that. We have similar curriculum in the middle and high school. So as far as the high school, it's the same math curriculum, other than calculus. I think is not a part of the adopted curriculum necessarily. But I think
Pre-cal and calculus aren't.
Right.
They follow what.
Right, algebra, geometry, algebra 2 are, so anything else you want to add to what you've already shared as far as math?
Well, I think too, I don't want to say it's the ELA's attendance proof because, you know, they learn the same things over and over and over. So if you miss it once or twice, math builds upon itself. So if you keep missing school, then you keep pulling the rug out from you. And you can't build the foundation where I think you can get away with it. In ELA, I don't think you can get away with math. So I think first of all, it's getting kids to come to school every day, learn the concepts, practice concepts versus missing them.
So increase attendance.
Yeah, I think attendance is a huge part of building confidence in math. And I just also think that once you get that mindset of why math made, how often do we say, oh, math is hard for me? We all say that. We always almost give, you know, we always do this cop out like if we find out people can't read, we're like, oh my, we're going to change it. It's the math. Oh, I can't do that. That's fine. I can't do it either. I think we've got to change that mentality of, you know, math's just as important as everything else.
You know, it's kind of a disconnect to have such high scores in science and not have the math, because to be a scientist, you have to have math.
The science test is really more of almost a reading test.
Interesting.
How it's presented
Interesting.
is very much like a scenario, and then you have to apply the science and even apply the math that you need to do. So it's almost a reading test.
Okay.
Yeah, it's situational, and then it's like, think of almost like a billiards game, and then you have to apply force to that. So why didn't the ball go in, and answer that way?
Interesting.
Mhm.
Is there any data? I mean, I've heard since I've been on the board that if you can read a third grade level in third grade, you're on track. If you're not, you're going to be behind for the rest of your academic career. Is the same true in math? If you have numbers in basic math by third or fourth grade, is there data that says you're on track, or you could? I mean, I just wonder if there's.
You actually see the math scores go down pretty much like this from, was it third or fourth grade on? Because I think it's because they build on each other so much. So
You just get behind and you never catch up.
right, big in the sand.
I think sometimes too, the way math is taught may need to change a bit, and that's some of the work we're doing. So when we look at like why the science team has had so much success, right? Science is very phenomena based. And what they did was they not only vertically aligned, but they looked at, the resource they had, Amplify in middle school. And they said, where are the gaps? And then how can we add in all these things that are experiential, that are big critical thinking things? And how can we really like hook and engage kids? And science kind of has that natural wonder piece to it sometimes. And I think we need to do more of that in math, and where we saw success in Canyon with our seventh grade was a little bit of that. It became a little more real life math. It became a little more, engaging and based on what the kids maybe felt was more relevant. And there was a license to just veer off and say, hey, you don't have to stick to, this math curriculum, this illustrative. You can go and move and try some different things. And so it's empowering our teachers with some of that license to try some different things, to really build out, not say we're going to veer off that's, curriculum that's adopted, but how can we add in supplement
In the elective.
yeah, but I think also in the regular class, I think there needs to be some additional pieces of that that can help sometimes engage kids in a different way. That's part of that building thinking classrooms component that we're doing with some of the teachers.
Our scores are in line with national trends too. Is that correct?
It's frustrating too, because we've had the math bridges classes, we've had the math minds, all
Yeah, I was wondering
highly
about that.
engaging classes. Kids love them. And yet we couldn't move kids last year, which is frustrating. But the one class that moved was a young man who was a substitute teacher for most of the year, and he made massive. I was like, hey, what did he do? We've been working with him too, because it's just all this energy goes into it. I think we're doing some really good stuff, but things don't move. So I kind of a bit of a loss myself. So we'll keep trying.
I also think there's an element of sit down, take this hard test, try your best. What do you get out of it? Right? Students are reward-based thinkers,
Absolutely.
right? And so we want them to sit down and do their best for the pride in the school, because we as parents want them to do their best. I sent out a message last year, and I'm sending it out again this year, as these are public scores. You've been very clearly judging us on them. Please support your student in doing their best. I know it's a long test, right? Take the time to write things out. Think about it, like go through that process. And I do think there's an element of convincing students to sit down and really try their best on a test, that it seems to be much more important to us than them most of the time. There's that, and it's not a new thing. That's been a struggle.
Right.
I read an article the other day that talked about the swing in from we used to do a lot of number fluency, right? To they went really heavy into conceptual, right? Now they're starting to swing back, starting to see that too much conceptual, and then they don't have the number fluency to continue to grow in this area. So I think it's they've been trying to problem solve this for a while. So,
Any other questions for the high school or the whole group?
Yeah, one was just, I didn't, and this is not a negative comment at all, but what do you need from us? Right, that was my question. Get a sense of like, how could we support you and your goals? I think you've got some great goals, obviously the attendance one, and then you're tracking your scores and you're trying to push it there, but how can we help?
I would ask more broadly, thinking outside the box, like if you weren't resource limited, like what would you do?
Well, there's this program called 5-Star. It's a reward-based program, because going back to those rewards, and it allows us to track attendance at extracurriculars. It allows us to track points, interventions. So like a flex period, if they showed up, it allows us to track students going in, like if this teacher sets up a calendar, like I'm gonna have after school intervention time. And a student shows up, that teacher could check in that student and the parent could see that their student actually went into that intervention at the end of school.
We could run a list and say, find out who's not involved in anything. So find those kids that are not in the different program. I think I was telling you this about the other night. It's a program we're looking into trying to implement. Hopefully over this year. I just talked to Les about it. That one.
Students could earn points to go to homecoming or prom, so like earning.
Yeah.
So coming to first period, we're earn you 5 points a day.
I might have showed up.
You might have shown.
Yeah, and if you have to have a certain number of points to go to prom.
Yeah, so
Yeah. Being like
And-
learning things.
I want to interject. The amazing thing about this is we've talked to them about this. The amazing thing is at what point in August, this was an idea. So we are working on it because
Yeah.
we have Securely, which is this program
Yeah.
where we're able to determine when students are out of the classroom. This is similar. This has additional data that the high school would really like to use it to track.
So it's PBIS, so think of like your positive behavior intervention system, point system within this. But what was cool to me is that it was brought up to my attention by a student when we were at the Renaissance training conference this summer. So she brought it up to us because she was like, this is what I think we need for ASB. So then we can do all this tracking. They wanted to have students come up during Spirit Week so we could check in if they actually were dressed up. So then they could track students because you can set it up so students have an interface so they could actually track. So then some of it would be put on students. So the middle school could also use it for their PBIS, and elementary could use it for their point system. So it's applicable at like all grade bands.
I like that.
Kids
I
love
like the peer involvement. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really positive.
So other,
I have one. I think as community members is to continue to think about how do we engage our communities to come in and engage with us. I think that attendance piece is so important that we continue to reach out to people. And I think if we can build a broader community base that is out there talking about the good things that are happening in our schools. I think you guys get to see a lot more than what's happening in our schools. And you guys have friends, just get people that see the positives to talk about all the positives and share that, like, hey, we need to be at school. We need to be doing this. What are we building in our community? Get our business owners talking to people about the importance of attendance, right? And the importance of showing up and doing these certain things. So I think just continue to use your connections to talk about the positive things that are happening in the schools. And maybe think about how we can, if you ask me, how can you guys support us, or what connections do you guys have to help connect us to build this broader community? You named a whole bunch of people. I had no idea who they were the other night at the football game.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, like how do I get a hold of them, right? And so I don't feel like I have that many connections in the community. So if you have them, like figure out who's out there to help us partner with helping.
Jake and David?
Couple of things. I think, continuing as we do work around AI, as far as programs like DIPA, there's lots of programs that teachers can do, which can, I think, give them good information to kids, speed up their times better so they can do better assessments. There's so much technology which is helping. Look up a program, like I said, the program we're right now is called DIFIT, DIFIT. It's absolutely phenomenal. So as far as spending around technology would be really helpful. I think I don't say it's great, but I've been a principal for 21 years now. And one of the things that's been the best thing is having a good school board. There are great school boards and there are crazy school boards, and crazy school boards really help. Not pointing at anyone, but in my career, whether it be in the center or here, having a school board that works together really well. And my wife's the project manager. She talks about there's discussions and there's decisions. And I think as long as you guys continue to be open to discussions that you always have been, and then make the decisions, that's all I need. But I think supporting us, especially supporting Aaron, I think Aaron's doing a great job. Continues, working with him, supporting him would be very helpful. It's also good that we, have the school board and a superintendent who, when things get tough, can say no to people. I think that's really important too, and say, you can't do that, and no to that. I think that's really important for us to know that the school board and superintendent, I don't question Errol, but all of you having our backs is really important. It gives me an opportunity to do my job well, knowing that I've got people behind me, but I know, I work with the principals who've got school boards that are all over the place. And that's not safe for us. So continue that. That's what I can ask you to do for me.
Excellent, thank you.
You're just saying that because we're gonna make a change in your school.
That's
And a couple things, I think, please come visit,
Yeah,
right, hang out with us, see what it's like. I think it's always good to get that FaceTime. I think it also helps your visibility with the adults, with the kids. I think we can talk data and numbers and all that thing, but until you're in the building, it's a different feeling. And you'll see the good and the bad, right? I think it's not that it's all positive. There are challenges that we all have. I think one of the challenges in recent years has been those cuts, right? You guys have made some really hard decisions, and every school in this district has felt that. And I think one of the things that I'd like to see continuing is I feel like we're starting to build that back. There's a little more resources coming our way. I've seen we benefited from having an additional counselor FTE come up, and it's already paying dividends. We've had this new student group that we're able to do. There's some capacity things that we didn't necessarily have the ability last year or the year before and continue to invest in people is going to pay off. I can imagine almost a community liaison. Right, we do have community members who want to get involved, right? If you made it to the cross country championship, that was at motocross this year. Super. I wasn't able to make it. I was actually ill. But it was great from everything I've heard. That took a lot of work by Rob Nixon, our cross country coach, and then also, the Hoffmans who were contributing that and really just wanted to participate and provide this thing. And it was super cool. And can we continue to build that, right? And all those connections you guys have. And then who can help facilitate and keep those things going? Because it does take work there. So investing, I think, in the people and building out that community piece, like Mike said.
Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you. Yeah.
So before you go, so October was National Appreciation for Building Principals. So it's November.
We're still celebrating.
Yeah, we're still celebrating you. And here you go. And yes, so that is a portfolio that you can put your device in. Now the charger won't go in there as well. But yeah, so thank you for all the things that you do to support our students, your staff. Thanks for recognizing the board and the ask of the support us, and this is how you can support us. The work you do is incredibly challenging. As I said with the elementary principals to the board, no one is satisfied with our results. So we focus on positive data, student growth, because that's what educators do. But it doesn't mean that we're not searching for answers to solve these problems that we have. And the challenge that you have and our elementary principals have in like threading the needle all the time in so many different ways, having too little of a budget, working with student behavior, working with parent behavior, working with staff behavior, is super challenging. So we appreciate what you've presented. Again, we are not satisfied. We're going to continue to work on improving. I think collectively, we probably have 70 years of experience here, possibly, and not that long, I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably more.
Maybe more. A lot of years doing this work. We continue to strive for improving, and we want to get there, right? We want to get to 100%. We do. And 30 plus years of being an educator, haven't seen it. So we keep striving for it. Thank you for your honesty with your attendance.
I turned out okay too. I'm just calling that out.
Love that, real example. So yeah, thanks so much.
Please don't tell me kids that.
It was first every Spanish, she didn't really.
Your health safety.
I did the same
Celebrating, so thank you. Appreciate it. At 6:30, students at middle school and high school reps are going to be here. You do not have to stick around for that. But we appreciate you coming tonight and sharing.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
It's great fun. Look at that.
It happens.
And you can turn your mics off.
Yeah.
We're gonna open it.
Les, mine is, my red thing is beeping, is not bad, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll start with introductions. In a similar way, introduce yourself, your area. Yeah, that would be the middle school.
Sorry, lots of people.
Yeah. So if you could do that, you don't say the same thing, or you can say the same thing, I wouldn't even mind. If things have changed. Your area, your name, your area, and.
Then like you're.
Right.
you said-
No,
Yeah, what I said.
How do you hire things that make feedback?
Go wait.
All right, we're ready.
Okay.
All right. I call the meeting to order at 6:30 PM. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, first up tonight, we have our wonderful student reps. Thank you all for coming tonight.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. We're gonna start with introductions. And probably we'll have the board introduce themselves. And then we'll have Marlene, maybe you could introduce yourself, what grade you're in, and why you're interested in being here. And so Marley is a high school rep. She's new to this role. And so she and Mr. Castle was seeking out one more student rep. And so Marley is our student rep. And then, so if you could lead us off with that, once after the board is done, and then we'll go to our middle school students and you'll same idea, your name, your grade, and then why you're here. And so if your principal said you gotta be there, then that's it. That's the reason. So, okay, so appreciate you being here. And as Sandy and I had talked about, last year we have 2 board meetings a month, and it was the same Tuesday last year that we had middle school and high school representatives here. So we're just thrilled that you're here. So actually, could you start us off?
You're welcome. Sure. My name is Ida Royer. I am the school board representative for District 4. So that includes above, Jump-to-Guard, and then east. I've been on the board, I think this is starting my 3rd year. The reason I ran for school board is because my mom was an educator. I feel like education is really important and has provided me with a good lifestyle. And I think it's also a way for me to give back to the community because I've received a lot in life. So I want to try and better things for all of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm Sadie McKenzie. I'm in District 3 in Sunset Ridge. This will actually going into my 4th year, and now I'm going into another 4 years. Thank you for whoever voted for me. Wonderful. I did this because I have young kids in the district, and a teacher asked me if I would be interested in running for the school board, and I looked into it, and I thought it would be something that would keep me even more involved into the schools. So that's why I'm here.
I'm Jim Cooper. I represent District 1, which is west Washougal, kind of the flats there, up to Hathaway, and then up in the Sandy Swimming Hole. This is starting my 7th year on the board. I retired. I was a professor at the University of California. I retired and moved up here and wanted to give back. Like I said, I got a really good public education, and I appreciate that. And it's provided me with a lot of gifts in life, and it's my way of giving back and hopefully having a positive impact on not just my future and of American culture and Washougal community, but your future in our culture and community.
I'm Jane Long, so I'm District 2, which is upriver. It's probably the easiest way to describe it. Common theme, I have kids in the district and I feel like it's important to give back. So that's why I'm on the board.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Paul over here. Many of you may know my twins at Jump-to-Guard, right? So which is why I'm here. because I want to support them and I coach them a lot, right at the softball fields over here, and I just thought it was a great way to kind of do even more, right? Be able to kind of affect the entire student body of all the K through 12 schools. I forgot to mention District 5, so Woodburn Hill, all top of Mount Norway, kind of
Great, thank you so much. And these are all positions that are elected. And so recently Sadie, Jane, and Paul were re-elected into these roles. Congratulations to you. Thank you for your support. Yes, absolutely. So these are 5 board members that, as you heard, represent our district. And they kind of described where they are, the individuals they're representing, the constituents, and where they live. And that's where probably, if you heard that, you probably know, like possibly know them already, but they might be your neighbor. And so they are in the district, right? They live in the district. And they are, in essence, these are my bosses. So I have 5 bosses. So I'm Aaron Hanson, the superintendent. This is my first year in the role of superintendent. Last year I was the interim superintendent. And so thank you again for being here. So appreciate you, and I know what you're going to say, your willingness to be here, your parents for driving you here, that are here. So thank you so much. Marley, can you start us off?
Yeah, my name is Marley Weaver. I'm the ASB secretary at Washougal High School. I'm also part of National Honor Society and I do sports. And I want to be a student representative because I'm already pretty involved in the high school throughout ASB. And like I see a lot of different students and I already try and advocate for them at the high school. And I want to continue to do that here. And yeah, I want to help create an environment where just everyone feels heard and supported. And like our high school motto, we show up.
Great, thank you. Jacob?
Do you want us to introduce ourselves too?
Yes.
Same thing as last time or just a shortened version?
It's up to you. I'll let you make that decision. And really, it's also for our students that are here.
Yeah.
And individuals in the audience. So yeah,
Okay.
so I'll let you choose that.
All right. My name is Jacob Larsalier. I am a junior at Washougal High School. Besides this, I am also the city council student representative. I'm the president of the Future Business Leaders of America chapter, and I'm a member of Pure Connections, which is a club that aims to just give students who need electrical support a little extra help. Besides that, I do golf, and that's pretty much all I get up to, I suppose.
Did you mention photography and
Yeah.
your?
Oh yeah, I'm also in yearbook. Yes, I do yearbook as well.
Thank you.
My name is Jocelyn Guajardo. I'm a senior at Washougal High School this year. I am the president of the Washougal High School Ambassador Program. I've got an opportunity to go and train a lot of people, go to a lot of different places and learn things about prevention, which is mainly what I focus in. I also get to do things such as Teens in the Driver's Seat, which focuses on safe driving for students and making sure that everybody has resources that they need to do safe things and keep our community safe. I have gotten the opportunity to be on this board, which I'm really excited about. I love to be able to help other people, which is one of my biggest reasons of wanting to be on the school board. And yeah, I think that I'm really excited to be here. So
Thank you.
I'm Ada Minutes. I'm an 8th grader and I used to be president of Jump Garden Middle School. I'm here because I would like to grow my leadership skills and really make a difference in middle school and going on to high school. Yeah.
Great.
Hi, I'm Luke Mulholland, and I'm also an 8th grader at JMS, and I am the communications coordinator. And I've been in ASB for 2 years now. And I decided that I wanted to volunteer to be on the school board to make an even bigger impact on our school and our community.
Nice, thank you.
Hi, I'm Sonia Kelly. I'm an 8th grader. Common theme, but also I'm the ASB vice president. So I did this last year and I really enjoyed it because it gave me such an opportunity to be able to meet so many different people and also just more community members who we all seem to have very similar goals. And I just want to be a part of that.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm here because one day I had asked our principal like some questions about some of the rules and if they were going to change. And then he asked me later on if I wanted to come to the board meeting, and I said yes, because I think it would be a good opportunity to learn more about what goes on during like the school board meetings.
Yeah, great, thank you. I guess which policy it was.
I'm Amy Lomax, and I am here because, I'm an eighth grader at CCMS, and I'm here because my principal asked me to go, and I thought it was a good opportunity to just talk about what I thought about everything that's happening at school.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate all of you. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, in a similar way with the high school representatives, I've shared some questions. And I asked them to choose one of the questions that I shared with them. Can you let me know or let us know what question you're choosing? And then when we get, when they're done, then we'll start with Ada, we'll start with you. And then you can share, in a similar way, share questions with them. Just choose one of those questions. Does that work? Okay, great. Jocelyn, can you start us off?
So I was going to focus on highlights of the year so far. I am fluent in American Sign Language, and I started my education through the high school, which was really awesome for me. Being an ambassador, I do get to travel. So we went to a trip to learn about our state representation. And through that, I got a part-time internship to start working on my translating, which is what I'm going to college for. And because of that, I just think that it's a good little segue for me, and it's helping me get more involved in my school in multiple ways, mostly through my program, but in other ways as well. I did leave the program at the high school and for ASL last year, but I continued at my own time, which is why I was able to secure the internship. As well as through ambassadors this year, I've gotten the opportunity to train about 30 students from Jefferson County in Washington State, and we are going on a retreat for 3 days. And it's going to be me and 2 of my teammates that are going to be training them about the prevention that we do. And we were just recently nationally recognized for our program, our campaign for anti-substance use in the school. So it was really awesome. I think that's a really big highlight that I like to focus on for this.
Great, thank you. And where is that, the training gonna take place?
At Fort Warden, I want
Gotcha.
to say
Yep.
it's State Park.
Yes, nice, thank you. Jacob?
I kind of wanted to focus on kind of a couple things. First is like conference days. We kind of talked about briefly at our meeting on Thursday whether or not it was really worth it to miss that much school time because it comes out to like 15 hours, which is a lot. And I think that for the students, it's definitely a welcome event because a lot of kids would really rather be anywhere else. Personally, though, I actually quite like school, and so it's sometimes I'm like, yes, thank goodness, I get to go home in a couple hours and I get to go hang out. But at the same time, sometimes I'm like, I kind of wish I had fourth period today, or I kind of wish I had second period today. And I know that a lot of parents don't really go to the high school and conference with the other teachers. I think that partly that's because a lot of teachers don't really reach out unless you're like failing their class. And even then, sometimes parents still don't show up, which is its own issue. But I think that overall conference days are pretty helpful for students. It's a good chance to kind of like once you get into the year, right? It's like perfectly put in the year where it's like once you get into it, it's kind of like a nice little break before you get into all the actually hard stuff that you learn about. But as far as like actually serving its purpose, I think it's kind of obsolete. I don't really think it really serves as a time for teachers and students and families to meet and learn. Highlights, FBLA just went to our regional conference, which is at Lower Columbia College. At that, we get to attend 3 seminars of our choice. There's like 15 of them that you can choose from, but there's 3 sessions, so you get to pick 3 of them. And we got to learn a lot about networking, fundraising, community service, how to plan events within the community, stuff like that. And then I also since I'm the FBLA president, I attended one that was specifically for the FBLA presidents, where we got to kind of just build a stronger community. And we all made a group chat, so hopefully we'll see a lot of good stuff from that. As most of the presidents at other schools are also pretty involved, so hopefully we can see some bonds being built that way. And then I also just want to talk about the use of AI at the high school. I thought that we were all supposed to pick like 2 or 3 of these, but then Jocelyn only really did 1, so now I'm kind of afraid of talking.
You're good.
Keep going.
I think that AI is a very touchy subject for a lot of students because truthfully, a lot of them use it to cheat. That's just how it is. A lot of students are like, I don't want to write this essay. I don't want to do this assignment. Let me throw it in AI. And I think that that's bad. Obviously, I don't think that that's very helpful to learning or anything. But I do think that AI does have its benefits outside of that. I use AI a lot to secure like source lists. I just think it's easier than because you Google something. Like I just had to do a research project on a Native American like folklore. And so instead of going onto Google and Googling, Salish Bigfoot story or Sasquatch story, it's easier if you just go to ChatGPT and you're like, give me a list of tribes from the Pacific Northwest that have a story about Sasquatch or Bigfoot, and make sure that they have these topics. And then it goes through and it gives you them. And then it's better sources. Because like if you use the AI like the Gemini, always check your sources. If you guys are reading Gemini, always ask it like where it, or click the show more so you can see where it got it from, because sometimes that stuff is completely incorrect. And ChatGPT is a little bit better at it, so it's helpful for that. But I also use it to draft up emails and stuff like that. I send a lot of emails to businesses and stuff, and I use it to draft them up if I don't really know where to start. And I also use it to correct my grammar and stuff, because the high school has blocked Quillbot and Grammarly to an extent, and so it's kind of hard. But if I just go to ChatGPT, it's usually pretty good at fixing it. But yeah, that's the stuff I want to talk about.
So FBLA, when was that competition?
That was on Friday.
That was Friday.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it actually conference week, last Friday was a half day.
No, conference week was 2.
2 weeks ago. Okay, so
Yeah.
you missed the Friday, like the team did going to the conference.
Yeah, so we're gone all day. We leave school at like 7 in the morning. We get back about 2:32. Yeah.
Nice.
Am I allowed to ask a question? Or
Yes.
you want to wait until the end?
Let's go ahead.
So you bring up AI, and like I'm really passionate about it. I think it's a tool that my generation is using, your generation is definitely going to be using, and would love to hear, maybe not now, but sometime in the future, like your ideas for how we could help students learn how to better use it, right? Like learn the skill set they're going to need in future jobs, right? Like you talked about the double sources or doing the Seymour. I always ask for 2 specific links to sources, but like things like that people need to know to be able to effectively use the tool, and like how we could start teaching that.
Yeah, and I think you could probably answer that right now. Instead of having an answer right now, I think we are going to be working on
Yep.
guidelines or guidance, and we'll be sharing that with you in the future.
And all now. Thank
Jacob,
you.
thank you. Marley.
Okay, I would like to talk about Stuff the Bus, and I'll touch on AI as well. So I'm in ASB, so I've been doing a lot of planning for Stuff the Bus. And last week we visited JMS and CRGE, actually not CRGE, just JMS during lunches. And we handed out informational flyers and played like games with cans and stuff. And we filmed interviews with the students and just tried to spread information and get students excited. And then we also visited Canyon Creek and CCMS for a conjoined assembly, as well as gauze. And we had a little skit and we played games and also just gave out information. And we're having a competition between all of the elementary and middle schools this year. And we're counting their food donations in pounds per student. So every school has a fair chance because there's a lot of like different populations in the schools. And the winner between all of the elementary and middle schools we will host a run rally at their school, which is like planned by ASB, and it just has a lot of fun games, like you can pie the high schoolers in the face, and yeah, we just want to make it exciting as possible. And then at the high school, we're keeping track of donations by putting them in a box, and you get to scan this QR code and you track what you're putting in for your grade level, and the grade level at the high school will get a hot cocoa stand and cookies. The winners. And yeah, we have boxes set up at a few local businesses in Washougal. I think like 5440 and like the Humane Society. I don't know the exact list, but there's like 5 to 10 businesses that have boxes there. And we also have Safeway shifts set up where we're going to have tables at Safeway too, and we'll have students there accepting donations and money. We can accept money because we'll have an adult at each shift. So we'll get a lot of donations and money from those times as well. And then this is all happening and it ends on December 12th. That's our collection day where we'll go to each school and collect all the food. And yeah.
Great, thank you. I think you're gonna talk about AI a little bit.
Yeah, so I just wanted to share one resource I use for AI, which is Notebook LM. It's this website that we have. It's not blocked on our Chromebooks, and I use it for English personally. It's this, you can paste PDFs and docs, like you can take a picture of notes that you take in class and upload it into it. And you can ask questions and it'll pull information only from the stuff that you put in. So I think that's helpful, and it's a way that you don't get a lot of false information because it only takes what you put into it. So,
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right. Are you ready?
yes.
Okay. So in a similar way, do you want to read the question that you chose? Does that work? Okay.
I chose the question, if you could request one thing from the school board to consider, what would it be? I want to start off saying thank you for having us here tonight and to have the opportunity to talk about JMS in the community. I would like to talk about a class we have on Wednesday mornings called advisory. We think that it could improve. Currently, this half hour of class is once a week. It's not teaching us how to manage our emotions and cell phone use. While those are important things, I think we could further improve this time spent. From students' feedback I've received throughout this year is that the time spent is boring, annoying, and not helpful. From this feedback, we came up with the idea that is engaging and would teach true life skills. This idea includes community, JMS, and even high school clubs reaching student interest. When I mean life skills, I mean a good handshake, cooking, how to start a conversation, and how to balance a bank account. Talking with my grandparents, I know this used to be taught in schools, setting them up for success for high school. If we start this early in middle school, I think it'd be a great thing for my generation to learn because not everyone is taught this outside of school. I don't know yet how all this would work and happen, but I think it'd be great. Community members or clubs at the high school could come and teach about their topic for those 30 minutes on Wednesdays. This would help kids grow in different skills applying to many different aspects of their lives. Again, this idea needs work, but I think it would pique student interest and get students engaged and not dream about skipping Wednesdays.
Thank you. Luke?
Before I share the question I would like to say I never really thought I'd be at one of these meetings, but I'm really glad I am. Because this is a really good experience for me to get more fluent in with the community and stuff like that. So the question that I chose was, how do students feel about the support they're receiving from the staff, both academically and personally? For the academic side of things, I said, whenever I see in the classroom, if a student were to ask a question or anything along the lines of that, he always receives help from the staff almost immediately, either verbally or through an email, and no matter what, they always get the help that they need. And then on the personal side, I said more about when a student is to reach out to a counselor. At our school, we have Miss Bruno, who's a great counselor with a personal issue. They get a meeting scheduled either right away or booked for a little further in the future, because she is always there's a lot of students that need help, and that's good that we have somebody like Miss Bruno to help them out. And they always get that scheduled for either later in the week or just something like that. So yeah, that's just really all I wanted to say on that.
Thank you.
Okay, I did the question, what has been the most positive aspect of this semester for students and why? And I have a really weird take on this, but I've heard this feedback from a lot of students. One of the positive things this semester is teachers and staff are doing a much better job of enforcing the rules. And for some students, this isn't a very positive thing, but it has made my class a lot more enjoyable. Students are actually learning, if there's no warnings, there's no wait, I'll give you we do this. It's just lunch attention and then it stops. Classes aren't as disruptive. It's so much easier to learn in those environments. And it's overall this year, it's been so much easier. And then kind of touching on what Luke said, the teachers, especially Miss Higley, they've been really great at having their classrooms open during lunch. Pretty much with our students, they're always there. You can always make up work. You just have to talk to them. And it's really easy for us to work with the staff, and they've been really good at helping. So anyway,
yeah. Everyone loves the teachers this year.
Yeah,
we're doing great. But teachers have been doing so great this year.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Sarah. I wanted to look at the question, how are students feeling about the reduced cell phone use expectation? And what changes have you
noticed in classrooms or school culture because of it. Personally, I haven't noticed a big difference. I mean, I don't think it's a bad rule, but I haven't noticed a big difference like during classes. And I say like at lunch, I still like see people on their phones. So I don't think it's made like a huge difference whether there's a rule or not, because people still have them out. But I just haven't seen a huge difference like during class or just like after school or before, because it's still a thing at lunch sometimes, because it's hard for like teachers or people at school helping and teaching stuff to see. I just haven't seen a huge difference, and I just wanted to bring that up.
Great, thank you.
The question I chose is what's something you coming up that you're excited for? And it's definitely like Stuff the Bus, because when I was little, I loved Stuff the Bus and I thought it was so fun. And I would always try to get my class to win, and like the assemblies are always so funny and fun with the high schoolers. They do such a good job with it. And yeah, I just
Okay, so did you coordinate the questions you were gonna answer?
no. I
Do
mean,
you
the three of us
realize,
did, but
what's that?
the three of us did.
Yeah,
Well,
you didn't, there was no coordination,
No, at first I was actually gonna do her question, but then I switched it.
because you each covered a different question. You didn't change because they were.
I love that.
Wow. Isn't that amazing?
Alright.
Do I get credit for that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Phenomenal job. Thank you for sharing your insight. We appreciate what you shared. And we know it's challenging. I think, I don't know if I mentioned this, this is recorded. So what you shared, you know, is locked in and recorded for several years. So I so appreciate your level of honesty, so genuine what you shared. And, you know, what you mentioned about advisory. So maybe, I don't know if you noticed, I didn't have a shocked look on my face about advisory. So advisory has been something that we've been using for decades. And so it is something that we continue to work on. So I really appreciated what you shared. And we heard that during our strategic plan process, which you were involved, like, I don't know, we heard that about those soft skills, right? Shaking someone's hand, looking them in the eye, cooking. And maybe, do you say balancing a budget? Possibly.
Yeah, bounce.
Yeah, the checkbook one, I'm not so thrilled about, but balancing a budget. So, anyway, checkbook one, I think is somewhat, outdated, but I get the idea, right? Not for everybody, but for, so thank you so much. And I would like to have you come back if you're open to it in the spring, if we could do something similar, because just this little bit was so helpful. I know you all coming back. So thank you for what you shared. We are working on AI. That is something we're working on, and we will be updating you. So board, do you have anything you want to ask or share with our students?
I wanted to thank you. When I first got on the board, we didn't have student reps, and it's been such a positive impact on just having students involved in the process, and realizing that we're all on the same team. It's team you, really. So thank you.
Thank you guys for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Excited to see you in the spring again for an update.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And so,
I don't understand.
wow. That's it's really too bad.
I mean, we are his boss, so should we discipline him in some way?
So,
Give them the time.
high school representatives come every month. And so this is something that when you get in high school, you can look forward to applying to be a student rep. And so again, I'll invite you back in the spring. We'll figure out what that could be. So thank you again. And at this point, you are free to go, or you can stay. The meeting will probably be an hour.
It's really exciting.
It's up to you. But at this point, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Right home, right? We're gonna get right home, right? You're my.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
I have a feeling we will see. Kids.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
definitely.
They'll be up here for
Young
when they're,
leaders, yeah.
when they're in high school, for sure. They've always. Thank you, guys. Bye. Good to see you.
Thank you so much. Jake, you're
Thanks.
bailing?
Thank
You
you.
didn't come for the riveting conversation? I'm kidding. Have a great
I know, I
night.
just said, we're gonna see these kids up here when you guys are, what you do.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, sweetheart.
Isn't it impressive?
Yeah,
Yes.
It is.
future leaders right there,
Yes.
for sure. All right. We are on to our board and superintendent updates. It's really quiet. I feel like I'm
Yeah.
yelling now. Okay.
I thought they came in for us.
It's like, wow, am I yelling? All right. Let's start with you tonight since we started down here earlier. We'll just go with that. You're welcome.
So I did send out some WSD legislative priorities. They finally decided on them on the 30th, I think. So I sent that out to the board. Other than that, I don't really have a lot of updates. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for doing that. Jim?
I don't have a lot. Congratulations to our student athletes and their winning seasons and hopefully continue winning. I think the AI discussion, I've been reading more about it and learning more about it. It's really impactful on society. And I'm hopeful that there will be a functional federal government again that will give us our federal dollars for some of the programs that we need and do. That's it.
Thank you.
This weekend I attended Cape had their first talent show, which was very impressive watching those littles do their talents. But they also did their silent auction, which is a big fundraiser. And I'm just constantly blown away by the companies and the individuals that donate constantly to our schools to try and make them better. And just want to say thank you, and also want to make sure that we continue to get folks to participate however possible, because we've got a community that really does want to help. And it's impressive to watch.
Thank you.
Let's see, I think I'll touch on that community aspect from you there. First, I want to thank those that emailed. Several of us who were running for election. We all got some notes from the community, and I really appreciated some of the very well thought out things that they said, and just trying to help guide, right? So I think that's what we're here to do, is drive our community base, hear their voices. And we heard it from the building principals kind of for the last month when they were talking about like how do we continue to grow this base. So that's what's really on my mind, and just seeing like if you go out to the football stadium on Friday night, which isn't going to happen very much more because the sports season's about over, but just so many people there, and they have great ideas and just want to talk and connect. So,
Thank you.
I just want to thank the middle school and high school team that came today and talked to us. It's always interesting to get updates from each of the schools and our student leaders. Those students have so much to say, and I love hearing from them because that's why we're here. The football game on Friday was phenomenal. If you weren't there, I'm sorry. It was awesome. I saw so many Letterman's jackets. Amazing. It was so fun to see our community there, and just like the excitement and the parents, and we've seen some freshmen that I've known since they were so little down there suited up. It was a little emotional, I'm not gonna lie. And Veterans Day assemblies today. I got to go to JMS. We had our mayor there. Our boosters and families donated food. They had this huge spread for all the veterans, and Aaron, like 30 veterans probably. And it's so cool because I know some of those parents, and I had no idea, that they were veterans. It was great. Every year is great. And I really appreciate that we do that for our community, because to me, that's community. So that's all I got today.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so congratulations again to Sadie, Jane, and Paul for your success.
Another 4 years.
Yeah, appreciate
got
I'm
this.
looking forward to, continue to work with you. That was excellent. As you mentioned, Sadie, the Veterans Day Assembly jumped to guard today. So I happened to be there. It started at 9:15. I got there about 8. I really want to see the behind the scenes. So I booked my morning to be there. And so I got to interact with the veterans as they were showing up, watching our student leaders meet
Yeah.
the veterans at the door, walk them down to the room where the boosters had set up a breakfast for them so they could interact with each other, with students, with a few staff, with the superintendent, and have breakfast. And so then we started around 8:15, 9:15 is when it started. And this is really terrible. I don't know why it keeps doing that. And so to have Mayor Stevie there,
Yeah.
who 30-year veteran, was in the Marine Corps. And he had an opportunity to share his experience, and that he was in Boston on Thursday for the celebration, 250-year celebration. And so for him to share with our students and those that were in attendance, just his experience and what he appreciates about service, and not just in the Marine Corps, but also in his role as mayor, in his role as legislative representative, which I'm sure resonated, Sadie, with you and what you're doing. So serving our community. So appreciate that, and that how we honored the veterans that were there. And there were a number of veterans who were actually there that weren't sitting up front, actually, that I recognized.
Yep.
Former students were veterans who didn't, for
They-
whatever reason,
right.
didn't want to be down up front. So appreciate that, and that all that goes into an event like that. And so the planning. So it was wonderful to see them and to see our mayor there, because it's important for our mayor, who's also a legislative representative, to see what's happening in our schools. And just like this evening, I stood next to him for 15 minutes after it was over and had 5 or 6 students walk up to him. This was not planned. He said, "Thank you for your service," shook his hand. And he said, "Thank you so much. What is your name?" And he gave each one of them a little bit of time. They did this on their own. And I know that it wasn't planned, but again, these are the soft skills that was mentioned by one of our students on how do you shake someone's hand and how do you show gratitude. So just loved it. And that's what's happening in our buildings. So that was amazing. Thank you to our secondary principals for their work with their school improvement plans and sharing with you. So I appreciate their hard work. Last week we had an Excelsior family night. And so we had I shared with you in communication, this was the largest number of students, I think, that attended family night. We actually had our 4th grade dual language teacher had invited students and families to attend as they presented their research on the South American country. And so they were at Excelsior in the hallway. And so individuals could interact with them as they were presenting their research in Spanish, these 4th graders. And then we had Chartwell's had supported by providing a meal. So it was just wonderful. Again, we do this to connect with our families. We provide not only a warm meal, but also for those who are challenged right now with not having enough food. There was food, there were warm clothes, the library was there, ECHA was there, the food bank was there. So a variety of organizations were there supporting our families. So love seeing that happen. Jason Foster was responsible for organizing that. Nancy Naspoon, our FCRC, was there. So a lot of staff members made that happen. Betty Gable. Again, similar to the assembly today, that doesn't happen by accident.
Right.
That happens because people are planning, it's hard work. That event went into the evening, the family. So thank you for that, to those individuals. And then conference week. So we heard a little bit about conference week, and some of you probably went to some conferences 2 weeks ago. So I have some data for you, as we heard from Jacob about the high school conferences.
Yeah.
So
I was wondering about that.
Hathaway had 94% of their families attended a conference during the 5 days of early release. So
Wow.
for example, 1st grade class. So on average, it was 94%. So the majority of those students attended. So that's for Hathaway. We asked the principals. Now that doesn't mean specialists. which is band or music,
Right.
art,
Right.
and library, PE. Those are the specialists. Those are the four different experiences they have. Those are somewhat like electives,
Right, right.
but they're grade level teacher. So 94% at Hathaway, CRG is 93%. CAPE is 93%, GAUS was 91%. So what do you think? Pretty successful?
Yeah.
In the 90s?
Higher than I thought it would be.
In the 90s, pretty successful, I would think.
Absolutely.
Yep. It's quite possible that one student being absent would be the one that would cause that percentage to be not 100%. And maybe that student was sick, or maybe they were out of town. So pretty good. So now we go Canyon Creek, 20%, JMS, 21%, and then the high school, 14%.
Yeah.
Now you think about the high school, a typical teacher has about 140 students, let's say 120, some have 160. So it's going to be challenging to have a similar percentage when you have 5 classes of 25 to 32. It's just going to be, it's not going to be set up the same.
I just think it's different too. As your kids get older, it's just a different, you almost have a different way to communicate with those
Yes.
teachers.
Yeah.
And really the students are communicating with the teachers
Yes.
just
Yep.
as much as
Yep.
parents,
In
unless
most-
there's
in most
something going
cases.
on. Yeah, in most cases.
So
Right,
you see drastic difference.
right,
And you heard Jacob, one student, say, this is what he thought.
right.
was
That was
happening.
honesty.
So it is interesting.
And they also have the whole week as
Yes,
half days.
exactly.
Yes.
It's the same.
So,
We should
Exactly.
probably change that.
yeah.
So,
We.
so we have 8 days of conferences. So 8 days where we have 3-hour early release, 5 in the fall, 3 in the spring. We have a semester day that's early release. We have the last day of school that's early release. So we really have 10 days that are early release. It counts as a day, counts as one of the 180, but it's, again, there's hours there, right? So
Are there organized activities for the kids that are released, or they're just released?
No.
it depends. It just depends, right? If it's potentially
just
athletics can have, so there's a variety of things. that-
Club
Yeah.
Unite, if it's a.
Yeah,
during
yeah,
Club
there's a
Unite,
variety of things
that,
that,
yeah.
that may or may not be happening.
Yeah.
Now, it is something that's bargained. So it's something that I'm aware of, and I'll just leave it at that. And so, but I appreciate the data, and that you would ask for the data. And so that is the data. And so, yeah, interesting information. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that is all I had to say about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ryan. All right. Next up, we're going to discuss our legislative priorities.
Yeah, so last year, we identified, fix the prototypical staffing model, fully fund special education, materials priced out of reach, which is MSOCs, material supplies and other operating costs. So those were the 3 that the board highlighted. Now, like Ida said, WSD has come out with their 2025-26 priorities. WASA has priorities. NHP has priorities. WASBO has priorities. So there's a lot of organizations.
There's a lot of priorities.
Yeah, legislative priorities. And the ESD 112 as their legislative priorities.
An observation.
Yes.
So we produce these priorities each year. And it's the same list.
Yeah.
7 years later. It seems like we're not making progress with our legislature. Or some of these would have been fixed. I mean, I remember hearing the first couple of years that, former legislators didn't want to hear the word prototypical funding model.
Yeah.
Because maybe they didn't understand it. And simplifying it, I mean, that we all want the same thing. We want money to run the schools. That's necessary, not more money than we need necessarily. But I don't know how to better coordinate with the state professional organizations and ourselves and our own legislators. But what we've been doing hasn't worked.
Well, I don't think asking them to fix that is gonna happen.
No, I
with the
know.
Climate, so it seems like the wrong question.
Right.
to ask
Right.
Right now. I don't know.
So there are a couple groups working on that right now. So I think to your point
The
is,
funding model.
why have, the funding model,
Yeah.
predictable funding model. So why have that as an item?
When it's
Priority.
something that's being.
So, and I think one of the ideas of the big three last year, this idea
Yeah,
that if we all were
I
saying
remember that. Yeah.
legislative representatives, yeah,
Here we are,
here
though.
we are. Yes.
Special ed's still not fully funded.
You know, and the interesting thing about special education is, and our special education numbers are increasing as our, even though our overall number is declining, the number of students who qualify for special education is either increasing or staying the same. If
Yeah.
it's staying the same,
18%.
then if your denominator is going down, then that percentage is going up.
Yeah.
But there was an adjustment, right? There was an adjustment by the legislative representatives. I think starting with thank you, there was an adjustment. We appreciate that there was an adjustment. You were hearing us. You made an adjustment. And so for us, the gap wasn't as bad for 24-25 because of the adjustment is the idea. And right now, so for this year, because of that adjustment, sorry, the gap, although again, as we're saying, our percentage is going up. Other thoughts?
I spent a lot of my time reading the ESD 112 document, right? Because it's a nice, I like what they wrote in there, and the fact that it's so many schools that are a lot like us, right? I mean, I read the list, it's 20, goes from Ballard to Woodland to Whitbroom to the Lake, Trout Lake, right? It just keeps going. So the question to you, Aaron, is just like, I'm guessing you were a part of kind of
I was
working that.
Yes, you know, and Paul, when we look at MSOCs
Mm-hmm.
and we look, and what we're seeing is with our insurance, and when we talk about insurance, we're talking about each of the individual who qualifies that's on staff getting medical insurance, those benefits. Also insurance, when you have something that you need to rely on, there's been an accident or there's been, a settlement, there's that insurance. So insurance is going up, utilities are going up. So the MSOC's priority, I think, is very relevant for us. And it's something that we are interested in seeing. So to your point, the first one they list.
Yeah, number one.
And then the academic achievement is something that we've been, like, what did we focus our attention on was math.
Mm-hmm.
And so if for us, where we're also recognizing where we believe we need to make some improvement is within our academic.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of our strategic goals is academic achievement. So I think that aligns with us. And, there's a number of, for example, there are days the state is paying for 3 days for a certificate staff. And, focusing those days on math and ELA.
Yeah.
On those standards, talking about the standards that they're looking to adopt, and us be implementing. So those are those two that I think resonate with me based on our reality.
I like the priority, right? Obviously, we always need more money for the MSOCs, but maybe the question I have for the rest of the room and anyone listening is like, on number 2, academic achievement, when the action request is to align those state days to exactly what we need, like, can we do that without legislation?
So those days, it's in statute.
Okay.
One of those days is in statute. It says it's going to be an SEL day or a CCDEI day. So that's why legislatively
they need to.
It needs to be
Let us use those days for what we need for academic foundation. So okay.
So thank you for that. And then just when we look at the third priority is address funded and unfunded mandates. Some of the things that when you have declining enrollment or you have financial challenges, when you have unfunded mandates, and for example, with our team, when we have fewer individuals on our team, it means as your district gets smaller, then it people get different tasks added to their responsibilities. And sometimes those are these unfunded mandates, these are these positions. So I think that if there could be an effort to identify unfunded and even funded mandates. And so again, it's kind of like what we've done with our strategic plan. We went from having 6 guiding pillars to 3 areas we're focusing on. So can we reduce what we're focusing on? And could the legislative, in this current legislative or future session, could that be something they work on?
And again, the action request on here is spot on, in my opinion, like do a review of the
Right.
mandates that are out there that may have not been funded, and like get into like, if it's not, doesn't have demonstrable student benefit, like why are we focusing on it?
Right. I agree with that. I feel like these are things that can be done realistically.
And that one in particular
Right.
may not cost more money.
Right.
Right.
Because when you're looking
Maybe
at,
just,
Change the mandate.
yeah.
yes,
Comment on the MSOC issue. My recollection is 90% of our money goes for people.
82%.
Yeah, personnel.
82%.
Yeah.
And that the people that the state funds is insufficient to run the school district. And so they could fix the MSOC and we could pay for our insurance and we could pay for our utilities, but we're still not going to have nurses, counselors in sufficient numbers, class sizes or whatever. And I just, somewhere that in what I see in the SD, that part of it's missing. The unfunded mandate is part of that as well, but no one's mandated that a school needs a nurse. What's mandated is every 2,000, well, I don't remember the numbers, 2,000 kids need a nurse.
Right.
And I really think somehow that's what the legislature is constitutionally supposed to be doing, is funding the school system. So my only concern about putting MSOC so high, they could cross that off and we'd still be in trouble, serious trouble. Trying to run schools without nursing and
and what
counselors.
Whether we're talking about MSOCs or we're talking about staffing,
right?
What ends up happening for us is our levy dollars fill the gap that exists because maybe we don't have enough staff than our programs are set up for, and so we have more staff than we're funded for, or the compensation for our staff is higher than the apportionment amount.
That's a big part of it as well.
And then the same thing happens with MSOCs as far as the adjustment to the gap is filled by our levy funds. Yeah,
that's going to be I think a hard thing to convince skeptical community members that okay, I pay my state taxes 8.5%. Sales tax, whatever. I pay my state property taxes. It goes to cover this. You know, I'm saying as a taxpayer, why are you coming back to me and saying, okay, the tax system didn't give us enough. We need more from you. And we have to come every 3 years and ask for more to fill in these gaps because the gaps haven't been filled by what I believe is the body that should be filling those gaps, which is the legislature. So,
and I think the state budget reflects that and this is why they asks, asking for more dollars from a budget they're saying there's already we've identified. So that's the challenge. So I believe in the conversation we had with the ROW, our resource optimization work group. Some of the things that were shared was like, why is it important as a person who owns a house or is purchasing a house that your school district is successful? The importance of that as a community member that maybe doesn't have children in the system. Right.
I understand that importance.
So that was something
that's my experience.
That's you want to live in a community where you have a successful, supportive school system for a variety of reasons, including having students who are graduating with the skills necessary to support you in the future. Yeah.
Are we seeing though a shift as the state budget shrinks? We're going to be asking our local community for a bigger and bigger piece of.
Well, and currently,
Why?
the beauty of what we're proposing is it's not, the rate per thousand. Isn't what we're gonna talk about that in the.
It's another
Yeah.
issue, but yeah, because the rate per thousand hides the fact that thousands goes up every year
Yeah.
based on,
Yeah. And we're gonna talk about the levy.
So, yeah, that's-
in a few minutes.
anyway.
Okay,
And I like the fourth one on this list too. And if you're gonna talk
Keep
about
going.
that,
Keep going.
capital.
Yep.
Is critical.
Yeah.
And again, the state has a lot more money than the city of Washougal will ever have. As far as the dollar amounts involved in capital projects. So it's important that be on there.
okay,
All right.
so. Suggestions for me between now and our next board meeting. Is you're interested in. It seems like the ESD 112 priorities. These align.
Yeah.
Mostly
That's what I think.
better than maybe other examples. Again, we have what we did last year.
Are we obligated to produce our own set every year?
Well, I mean, I don't know
Or
that we're
can we
necessarily
adopt?
obligated. I think it's something that we.
And these are kind of the talking points that we're gonna
Yeah.
use in interacting with legislators.
Yes.
So
Yeah. So
Yeah.
do you want us to send you or do?
Yes, so
Okay.
between,
comments?
yeah.
Yeah.
So this week
Okay.
and early next week, if you could share with me your thoughts,
Okay.
that'd be great.
Okay.
This probably will be my starting point.
I would definitely start with the ESD 112.
Right. I think.
I mean, the
that's what-
WASDA one is nice, but it's
ESD's crisper.
Yeah.
much crisper.
I think I worry about the WASA one, like a long list of priorities.
Exactly.
What is the priority?
Mhm.
Where even 4 is a long list, if
Right.
they can fund one.
Right. And to your point, these are the conversations that we're gonna be having.
Yeah.
If through your legislative advocacy. So I'm gonna be meeting, even the conversation today with Mayor Stevie is
Yeah.
legislative.
Yeah.
Stevie,
Yeah.
having these conversations about what our local needs are.
Yeah.
As they prepare. So, okay, thank you.
All right. Next up, we have our levy resolutions. This will be the first reading.
Yes, so hope we've got a chance to look at the current draft of the resolution. And Shalice is available, I think. If we have questions, that was the idea, that she could be available to us via Zoom. So very similar in majority of this, the previous
Right.
levy resolutions. So we have our AP&O and our capital, the amount that was approved, the rate per thousand, which was approved at our last meeting, was identified, as well as the total for each one of those. So I wonder if you have any questions and you want to share.
I think putting the why this is important front and center is critical rather than the amounts. I'm speaking for my brother-in-law, let's say, who's a retired, fixed income, lives in a little house in Washougal. It's not changing. And, pretending that the levy's the same when he sees his tax bill goes up sours him on the whole concept of asking him again to support the levy.
Gotcha.
So I think being more transparent that we're not fooling anyone. We can keep the levy rate the same, but your property taxes are gonna go up in terms of how much you're gonna pay every year.
Gotcha.
And I don't know how to spin that in a better
Mhm.
way, but that's a potential criticism by the retirees in our community that
Sure.
are fixed income.
Yep.
And simply, if they hear us say, oh, the levy's the same, they get their tax bill and it's gone up.
Yeah.
We lose our credibility.
Yep. So the idea that the levy rate per thousand
Right,
is less
right,
than the last time.
right.
The total amount for the EP&O is less than it was the last time.
Right.
Right, so those facts is what we're communicating.
Right,
The idea that we are attempting in our communications to be as transparent like as we can with
Yeah.
information. And like similar to what we found with the work group that we met, like it's complicated. And when you get into these numbers and then you start to look at your own, to your point, as a individual taxpayer, your own rate, what you pay based on your property value.
right,
So that's part of what we attempt to do when we go out and we ask our community for this level of support,
right,
is help them understand how is it going to impact them individually. Also talk about the programs that are paid for with these dollars and our modernization that's happening with our the properties that are investment.
right,
So that information goes along with what you're describing, and again, in what kind of community do you want to live in, as
Yeah.
well as and we've talked a little bit about each of you today have talked a little bit about like when you were in school.
Yeah.
And who supported you through your public education experience, and who supported me. And now we're asking our community to
support the next generation.
support the next
Yeah.
generation in and again, these are the programs that we believe the community wants our students to have.
Right. Thinking back to when the levy failed and then we resubmitted, I think the first ballot initiative that went down really focused on the levy amounts, on the dollars. The second, I think I'm looking at less to verify my memory is correct, but the messaging that came out was a lot more about the programs.
What?
The what?
Yeah, what is funded with
Why
the
these
EPNO?
monies are
Yes.
critical.
Yep.
I think that should be the lead in our outreach.
Right, absolutely. And what we will be communicating is the what, for example, and we have to be careful with the balance of like the capital project. So the
Right.
high school roof, which is now a new roof.
Right.
And so and well done, and thank you, community.
Right.
So the capital projects that we've identified, and then the EPNO is the renewal of these programs.
Right.
That we currently have. That and what I see in the buildings, and when you're in the buildings and you see when you mention Friday night and what's happening, or if you go to the play this coming Friday, like those are supported by the EPNO, and those are the experiences. Again, go back to your own experiences. What resonated with you when we talk to our students, our student reps? What are those experiences that really Jacob talked about his FBLA experience?
Yeah.
Stuff the bus experience.
Right.
With regard to the capital levy, do we have, again, I'm still kind of jet lagged, so maybe we haven't already presented it. I apologize if
No,
that's true, but do we have a list of the next set of capital?
Yeah, and we will be sharing more details about, these are the things
Okay.
we've identified within some communication, but it's more broad, but we have identified and we prioritize
Okay.
the next projects that really are focused on safety, and then what we believe are necessary for our building, our structures. We talk about playgrounds, and these are things that we believe need to be improved.
And instructional
Been a while.
technology.
Yes. Yeah, and then
Which goes into
exactly,
that,
and
yeah.
technology.
Which we heard from our middle school, I think
Yeah.
earlier,
Hmm.
something
Yeah.
that they brought up.
Any other thoughts? No?
Anybody? Not yet.
Okay,
All right, that was just our first reading. All right,
Yeah, and just one for the board, if you go through the document, if you find the section where it specifically calls out the ballot title and kind of the language in there.
yes.
It's very clear, and because I had a lot of the same questions Jim did, and we went over them and gotten to here, but it's like, we want to do these things or fund these programs, and it's very clear about what that is, and then it gets into, and that's going to require this amount of money for everybody.
Thank you.
anybody else? All right, next up, we are going on to our bus purchase recommendation, and this is also the first reading on this.
Yes, so you see recommendation to approve
Love
school
it.
bus replacement and bus vendor.
Yes.
And so David Tsao is here if you have any questions regarding the purchase of buses. So annually, we look at, our fleet, actually not annually, there's a plan. Mr. David Todd does a great job with this plan. And we manage our transportation within with the budget that's allowed or apportioned to us.
Yeah.
So I appreciate the work he and his team do working with Shalice. So similar to last year, we're looking at purchasing buses. These are smaller buses than we purchased last time. And so I didn't know if you had any questions about these buses. We have really the fleet that is well taken care of. It's a newer fleet. I was at a transportation meeting last week with the entire transportation department, and David went over and talking about our buses and how well we take care of our buses, the great work that our mechanic and mechanic helper do on those buses. It really helps because it's a newer fleet. And that's because we've managed that budget well. And this is what this effort is identify what's needed. And so as we order them now, we're a little bit earlier than last year because we'll get them sooner next fall. So any questions?
Any update on progress in electrical buses for schools?
Well, there's not any specific updates because I think there's a number of different things that place here that I think the grants available have dramatically changed.
Disappeared. Yes.
And our infrastructure needs needs to be addressed first versus, finding the horse before the barn sort of thing. And so there's those kind of pieces of change. And then the actual experience of districts that own electric buses, how they fit within our district topography and that kind of thing. All those pieces play a role.
Right.
The latest that I have that I just recently shared with Shalice and Aaron as well is that there is a Washington State grant that is being addressed that's available that we might be interested in applying for, and that is totally about infrastructure. It's a per charging station grant that, let's say we could get $50,000 or $100,000 in grant of providing charging facilities. Well, if that's what's available currently, why wouldn't we want to
get a piece?
Why wouldn't we want to get a piece of that?
Yeah.
Right.
And if it provides us with 2 charging stations or 4, or whatever it happens to be, well, that's just funds that we don't currently have. And if we can get some help in getting that done, then it makes the next step a little bit easier.
That makes sense.
From a thought process. So over the next few weeks, I'm going to be talking to Aaron and Shalice. We'll probably put a grant proposal together and see where
what happens.
we just don't know yet.
Yeah, so thank you for that context and for asking the question. Right now, with federal dollars that are, if it's a matching or
It's not going to electric buses.
reimbursement, I have stayed away from reimbursement grants that are federal grants.
Yeah. Good.
Because
Smart.
earlier in the year, we had a grant that we were waiting on the July, August, and part of September we were waiting. And it was funded, but we had staff members who were on contract. So we were going to be on, we're going to look for that.
Yeah.
So we've been avoiding that. And
Yeah.
David did bring that up because he attended a training or information about that. So it's something that we are interested in, but right now I just feel really confident about our position financially because of the work we've done.
Yeah.
I'm
not advocating for electric buses. I think we're going to be spending enough money on electricity for the AI revolution. Cost of electric buses operating.
Well,
But another question, kind of looking out in the future as the transportation logistics fleet goes to electric self-driving tractors, where do you see school buses fitting in that evolution?
Well, my crystal ball for 50 years down the road from there would probably say that, just like we currently, they're starting to develop self-driving trucks and that kind of
Right,
stuff,
right.
right? It's not out of the realm of possibility to say that, you know, perhaps at some point down the road that transportation overall is a technology driven piece rather than, you know, bus drivers and that kind of thing. So, you know, it's really a hard thing to look forward, you know, from that standpoint. But I also think a number of things have also changed in this last year. Some of the emission requirements, as you know, you might have heard about California and so forth. It has changed a little bit of where manufacturers are going in terms of diesel and, you know, propane and all that kind of stuff. Now, from our standpoint, just talking about the rationale behind the purchases we do is that, you know, we manage our transportation vehicle fund from the state because that's our way of the state helping us fund to purchase new vehicles. And that's how we've been able to maintain a relatively new fleet at this point. Our big buses are in pretty good shape. Last year, we approved 3 new buses, and we think we'll be in pretty good shape for the next 2 or 3, maybe 4 years in that regard, where our fleet is remaining relatively new before any new replacement there. But the smaller buses, we only really have 2 small buses out of 10 that we use that are not out of depreciation. So those buses are still usable. Don't get me wrong about that, but they don't pay us back anything from the state. So this purchase is really about replacing those smaller buses so that that we can start continuing to get that funding available to purchase the next set, whatever that might be. And this purchase, if you didn't look at the, not probably understanding all of the detail, it's a little bit bigger, small bus than we typically have purchased in the past. What we purchased in the past have been 159-inch wheelbase, whereas these are 177. We've seen over the last couple of years, just like Aaron has said, you know, even with some declining enrollment, our special education needs tend to be moving steady or upwards. And we're finding that our buses sometimes are just not big enough to accommodate all of the special needs students that we need to have in those buses. You know, you would like to think these buses can carry 10 or 12 people, students in those buses, but they really can't when they have to be separated and seat separately. And so that's kind of the direction of what we're looking at here. So
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, David.
you go
So this will be on the agenda
Yes.
in November, business
Yeah.
meeting for approval. Is that-
Yes.
Okay.
25th, yes.
All right, anything else on that, guys? Nope. All right, next up, we have policy 111, which is our oath of office. This is gonna be
Yes.
our first reading on this
Yeah,
one.
first reading, so it's a current policy that we have.
Yep.
We have several edits. You see those edits.
Yep.
Or if you have any questions, this is again as a result of a statute that was updated.
Anybody? This- Anybody got anything?
Okay. So that one will be presented for decision.
At our next one?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Next up, we've got policy 4260, which is use of school facilities. This will also be a first reading on this.
So different than the last one,
Yep.
which was, there's a lot of attention to the oath of office. This one is, we want to update this one.
Yeah.
District office, we have seen a need to update our facility use policy and procedure. It's been a number of years. We've talked about it for a while. And so I'm really excited that Shalice was interested in updating this. There's been a lot of collaboration. So I don't know if you have any questions. The first page, you see some edits. We've added some specific information regarding status. And then that really was it for the policy. The major changes are in the procedure and then the rate schedule. So that's where we spent really the procedure and the rate
Cause
for
the rate
specific groups.
hasn't changed in a long time, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct. Yep. So I am again really excited about the adjustments we have made. And so I wonder if you have any specific questions. I do want to spend some time talking about the rental fee sheet because this is a completely different way of organizing what we currently have. We had on our current policy procedure, we have 3 groups. This is going to 2 groups, in pretty typical fashion. When we make adjustments like this, we look at WSD's model policy. We also look what's happening around us. And so this particular model for the facility rental fees was a school district, it's a neighboring school district that we liked how it was organized. And then Shalice worked on this. And so this is, again, visually much different than what we've had in the past, what we currently have. I appreciate that also updated the rate sheet, specific rates, because for example, with custodial,
Right.
the rate was a lot less than what our, typically what a 2-hour hourly a current custodian of ours makes. And then if it's time and a half because they're over 40 hours, and that's typically what happens on a Saturday or Sunday when we rent out our facility and we have custodial time, that can happen. So this is more closely aligned to our rate sheet.
And what are the current rates? Are those in here?
No, they would be we'd have to look at our current policy if you wanted to compare the rates for different specific information. So yeah, so we can we can send that to you. It's also available if anyone wants to compare.
I think I love the simplicity, but also I hesitate though when like a nonprofit's going to be charged the same as a profit, or like non-district youth athletics and activities that directly benefit our
And
students.
that one right there is the one where, working through that. And there's the opportunity for me as the superintendent where I can make an adjustment. And I am concerned about our youth basketball program and our youth wrestling program. Those are the two that stick out to me the first and say, okay, so because we're in communication with our youth basketball league as it's starting up.
Yeah.
And the rate that they're currently being charged. And if there wasn't a way to adjust that, it's gonna be really hard for them to be able to have the participation we want for the reason we want. Right. So high school athletics, middle school athletics, and then you get into youth athletics. We don't have a youth program like we have a middle school athletic program and high school athletic program. So we need community participation by our parents who are coaches, our parents who are organizing it. It's different than softball, baseball. It's different than CCYF.
That's what I was going to ask.
It's different than Select. So these programs in some cases are for-profit organizations.
Right.
And then there's try to find something that's similar to our youth basketball league, which runs through the Panther Foundation, which is a 501(c)(3). And so again, there's a fee-based program, but
so that everybody
can afford to pay it.
Exactly.
And we really want them to have these experiences for so many reasons. We want them to be around individuals that are like they're learning, they're being challenged, they're being supported. If you've ever coached youth sports, like you see the reason why that's beneficial as a parent having your children involved. There is a fee associated typically with most programs, whether it's a weekend camp, a week-long camp, or a season. So I am open to, and my plan was to work with those individuals when I know they're our.
Like CCYF, is that what you're saying?
I know CCYF is a for-profit.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
It's in the county is a for-profit. I'm talking about our youth basketball.
Oh, I see. Okay, I missed that part.
Our youth wrestling.
Right.
Panthers.
Yeah, right, okay.
Little Panthers.
Right.
Future.
Yeah.
I personally prefer a policy that doesn't leave it up to every individual organization negotiating with the superintendent. It happens to be you right now.
Yeah.
Won't be probably 30 years from now, hopefully 20, but as opposed to a policy that lays out nonprofits versus profits, different fee schedule. Because you could have a nonprofit group that is thinking about doing something, they look at these rates and say, forget it. We can't afford to do it. That's it.
Yep,
That's been a case.
yes.
How much money do we actually, how much use are our facilities getting from non-school activities?
Yeah,
They're booked.
yeah, you know,
Yeah.
that's a really good question.
Yeah,
So
not.
we have,
The gyms, yeah,
yeah, so I can provide that, we can provide that information to you.
yeah,
Specifically, you know, there aren't, and Sarah Bomba is our person who takes those phone calls and those emails and schedules, so we could share that data with
Yeah.
you. Definitely could share that. So you get some context to how many for-profit or nonprofit or community. There are definitely community groups that use our the WHS auditorium.
Right.
So the high school auditorium, mostly, certainly the gymnasiums that are being used. By,
Fields.
again, for-profit and
Dance was
NGOs or nonprofit
Yeah.
organizations. So that is happening, but we can, I don't have that with me, but
That's okay.
definitely can share that information with
I
you.
mean, recently heard a comment about the Garber Auditorium in Camas, and it's overpriced. They have a rate schedule, maybe they'll negotiate, but there are organizations who would like to, say,
Right.
have a symphony concert there. Not gonna happen because they look at the rate schedule. they
Right.
Cross off the
Right,
list.
and so then you think about, what goes into when you have a Garber Theater.
Oh,
or
I
the high
know.
school,
I understand
the
why. the
Washburn
rates are like that.
Auditorium,
Same thing, right?
and you have
Staffing and custodial.
staffing, you
lights.
have your facility, you
Yeah.
have all that, right? So that,
Right.
all that needs to be maintained, and then you just don't want, and this is what we experienced. When things you come up missing,
Right,
microphones, power cords, these things happen unless you have the correct supervision
right.
in place. And then there's facilities that we just currently are not allowing people to use. So our wood shop, our metal shop, if they're gonna use our kitchens, right, then there's a specific language built into that agreement.
Yeah.
So I definitely can share with you some more context to how often are our facilities being used.
And how much money do we bring in by
Right.
this whole program? Is it bringing in $5,000 a year or $500,000
Right.
a year?
Yeah, good
Probably
question.
somewhere in between.
Yeah, so for example, youth basketball is charged $2,000. The last year was $2,000. Before that, it was $1,000. And that was an agreement
Right,
on that. So there's one, and they use it for about 3 months, and they're using typically the majority of our gyms. And quite a bit of the, a lot of the Saturdays.
yeah,
Yeah, so that's one example. And then there's other organizations that use our auditorium at different times. And so all that information we can put together for you.
I guess I'm asking because I think it would strengthen our schools as a system in the community to have more utilization by non-school activities. I don't know how to do that or whatever. I mean, it used to be community ed that brought people in using classrooms anyway. And that's been cut out a long time ago, and that, I think that lost a certain level of community support because they just don't see it in their lives.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
But
And I will say to you, and I think this is what, historically, to go back and look and see how many community members would attend the ballroom dancing that happened on Wednesdays, or the Spanish class. So that would be kind of challenging to go back to.
No,
Right.
I'm not suggesting we reopen.
The high school principal, I could tell you, there weren't.
Were many, yeah. Ballroom dancing didn't pick it up,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
But for
I would
example,
walk through the commons and I would see, so, but
Right.
as far as, but as far as like, CCOIF on Saturdays, we heard about that from a community member. And then the youth basketball, and then those that use the auditorium.
Yeah.
And then there's the one time a year events that happen.
Right.
At Cape Canyon. That's the local community that
yeah.
wants to use it. So I can provide that information.
I'm thinking of things like the dance school. There are a bunch of private music schools. I guess there's another group in the community trying to create this performing arts space.
Yes.
And it might or might not be successful, but there are needs now, not 10 years, they will be there 10 years from now for just a place for these kids to perform dance to their families in the community and.
They do at our high school,
They do,
because Daily Dance has their annual one there.
they do, yep.
Okay.
And that's one group that does,
Yep.
yep, they
Yeah.
use it and we have conversations about the rate. And who needs to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Any other thoughts about this?
Nope, okay,
I actually got a question, just go.
right to it.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
Issues closed. So kidding.
because we are talking policy and procedure and rates, right? But when I'm reading the policy, and obviously House Bill 1296 has been semi-controversial. And what's in that one? But we haven't updated this policy since like 2014.
Correct.
So it's been 11 years. And the question I had is that we get really specific on this non-discrimination. And then do we have in a school use of school facilities policy, do we need to go to that level of discussion? I mean, equal access to the Boy Scouts of America, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I mean, it gets a little, I just want to read right. The district does not discriminate. Period.
Yeah,
The Boy Scouts one is in there because of a federal.
Yeah, I would think there's probably,
Yeah.
so part of my question is what does House, you try reading that House bill, it's very lengthy.
Yeah, make sure that
But I did a bunch of reading on it, just trying to understand exactly why we're writing this in here. And the thing that caught my eye was we're adding immigration status into a school use policy.
right.
And is that mandated, recommended by House Bill 12?
Yeah.
I mean, we need to get to that level.
I believe we do as it's in here, that's, and I can back that up. Yeah, so we can check back unless Shalice is currently on.
She is in the Zoom. I don't know if she has answered that specific
Yeah.
question. I will say that when we do the consolidated program review and a couple other processes with OSBI, they look at our non-discrimination statements and they're looking for us to not be doing something less than the required minimum in state law. And some of these are things that are required. The Boy Scouts and affiliated youth groups is federal. And it needs to be in all of them because even though this isn't something that is federal, like there's no federal money in the use of the school, we're not allowed to discriminate.
Yeah, okay. And again, my question is how much of this is state law? Like I took an oath to office to uphold laws of the state of Washington, right? Like, so it's just more like all right, this is what we have to write. So
Right, so non-discrimination statements, plural. And so we could definitely so I can follow back up with you, but I believe, thank you, Les. That's.
And if I could add to that,
Yes.
I would just like to say we take the draft policy from WSD. So that wording is wording that was in the draft policy that we keep in there that normally their attorneys look at and recommend for the districts to use.
Thank you.
Yeah. So because to you pointed out, we haven't updated since 2014.
Yeah.
So when we looked at, she started with looking at the model policy. And then the procedure and then the rate sheet is not something that's ours.
Right.
Based on, again, looking what's happening in the area and knowing what we had done. That's unique to the district versus the policy, which is the model policy. All right. Thank you.
All right, if there's nothing else on that one, we've got policy 2010 personal electronic devices. This will be our fourth chat about this one.
Yeah. So
Be a record for us.
Made some revisions to this policy proposal. You can see them, not a lot of changes.
Right.
But it reflects in, when you look at, for example, section 6, adding the middle school, because the middle school was similar to the high school. So now the middle school is just like the elementary.
Yeah.
So we've made the changes based on our last board meeting. I have talked with both middle school principals about this as it pertained to middle school. And so, I didn't know what your thoughts were on this, particularly these adjustments. The idea would be, if this is the language that we're comfortable with at the next board meeting, be the fifth reading, and then propose an action based on this language. And my ask would be, if that's what we're looking to do, that what we would add to it, if the board were to approve it, is that it would be active for next school year. And we can make the decision at the next board meeting, and then we just put it'll be implemented.
And that was after your conversation with
the
middle schools.
Yes, middle school principals and
their input and
their input and the challenges that would be faced, because it would be
Putting this in the middle of the year.
it's middle of the year, and trying to convince a middle school student there's been a
Change their behavior.
They have nothing to do with it.
yeah, they haven't been bad.
You know, we've got to start the and so
Sounds like
there's been challenges. We've had a good start to the year. What we heard from our students is we appreciate what's going on. And it's really is helpful to start something at the beginning of the school year when we've had a chance to update our staff with the changes, go through it, then educate our families and our students with the why and the what. And what came up earlier with the high school principal, assistant principal, regarding an application that we could use, it is similar in that we started the year. So to make a change right now would be challenging. So it doesn't mean we can't pivot quickly, but it's not the best practice.
Right.
Okay. Any other wonders?
Just one question as we read this, like, students if they need to get a hold of their family, they go to the office and they can use their phone. I'm not really finding it written in here, or do we need to, in the policy, actually say exactly that?
Like they can go and use their cell phone in the office if they need to make a call.
Yeah.
I thought it was at one point.
I can't find it.
Yeah, 'cause that's funny you brought that up, because I was chatting with the office ladies at JMS, and they said that was something that, they don't have to come in and use their phone. They could come in and use their own cell phone.
Yes.
But they're doing it with an intention of, I need to tell my parent that I'm going home with so-and-so.
Yeah.
So that in the handbook.
I think that
I
would
don't
be
know.
helpful.
No, that would be, I think that's what I'm saying. I think
Yeah,
it would be.
that's in the
my
handbook.
preference would be, I understand what you're saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Communications between students and families during the school day, which is on page 3. So it is, it's there for each of the 3 grade levels. And then it also has a carve out for like an actual emergency.
Yeah, I see that. I'm just wondering if we need to have the language, because it's like, I'm trying to make it so
I do see it. Okay.
that we're taking them away, but we're also giving them, you still have your lifeline. And you can still use it. You just go to the office.
I mean,
Until it gets
this says that they can use it in class, the teacher's permission if there's an emergency. So to Paul's point, should that say
Briefly with the permission of a staff member.
briefly in the office or something? Do we want kids saying, "Oh my God, I'm going home with somebody else. It's an emergency. I have to call."
Say it in the classroom.
Or D, it just says
No, it says with the permission.
with permission of the staff member.
Or do we leave it up to the building principals and just say, hey?
Right, that's why.
I think they're all
it's in
following the same
handbook.
one of they can call in the
Yeah.
office and
This-
they take
this-
their
yeah.
phone in there.
So typically, this language will be in the handbook.
Right.
So this is where the challenge with this particular policy is it's policy / procedure.
Right.
And so it's, we have other policies that are similar to this.
Right.
We don't have a clear procedure, but we also have a lot of examples where we have a procedure that gets revised. So my preference would be that this the expectations would be identified in the student handbook, which the
Process.
The idea is that families are going to go through that, and it's going to be taught to the students, and that's the procedure that is taught in the classroom.
But our
in the
policies, yeah, I think it's kind of paradoxical. It says, no, you can't use it in the classroom, but in an emergency, if you ask your
Right.
teacher, go ahead and use it.
Right. And it
You
is,
want
and
it-
it
that
is,
putting that on every teacher in the district to have that
Yeah.
that level of guilt tripping by some little kid.
yeah, so it is, and that was a question. Did we want to put that in there or not?
Right.
Truly, that was a conversation because there's that. Now there's some vulnerability, there's some that can happen where this is an emergency.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
especially with
that
middle
happens.
school.
But there's a lot of examples, other examples we can talk to where we have we have a procedure that's listed, and then, I don't know that if that's misleading what you're describing. for
Because the
student.
procedure is go to the office and make
Yeah.
the call there,
Yeah.
but what you're saying, Jim, is
Well,
with it written in here,
Right,
they
and-
can just
and
tell.
we're-
the
this is where we
teacher
get
it's
into at some point, we're gonna need to make a decision on as we're
Adopting
fine
this
tuning.
policy, yeah.
We're fine tuning this.
Yeah.
That we're gonna get to a point where do we have every scenario represented? Not that this is that case, but I mean,
No.
we've
follow you.
made a number of adjustments, and
Well,
We
I guess
do
what's the reason of having that part D as part of our
I think for a
policy?
family, the family to know
It's,
that, because the families, that was the biggest argument
I was
against
g-
this,
I think
was
parents need that
something
more than
is
the
happening,
students
I
need it.
wanna be,
Yeah.
I want my child. And that's going to happen, and this is where you get
So this
into,
says families should, in the policy A, B, and C, families should contact the school directly,
Right.
should contact the school directly. Oh, emergency. I would read this, family emergency, I'm having a family emergency. Reading the policy, I can call my kid in class
right, and there's gonna be, yeah,
and then
there's,
put my kid on the spot for asking permission to take the call
yeah,
from.
there's gonna,
grandma.
and I guarantee that there's going to be, no matter what they come up with.
Yeah, there'll be,
There's
going
gonna
to
be
be-
some.
fair enough.
A percentage of individuals that intentionally or. not
Yeah.
No one's
intentionally
gonna read the policy, of
Right.
course, right?
But we, I mean,
So they feel like
we're gonna
both.
coach them up.
Yeah.
We're gonna teach it. This is what we do.
I'm already
Okay.
preparing my
Well, and
middle schooler
having
for
read
next
the
year. Let me
survey
tell you.
responses, I get why you put it in.
Yes, that was it.
Because that was the biggest, if you
The
were,
biggest
From the
even the
parent.
parents that were in support of not having it were like, but I still need to be able to call them directly on their
Yeah.
cell phone if it's an emergency.
Yeah, and I don't think it was,
I don't-
I don't know that we had anyone like try to
Mm-mm.
argue that I want my kid to have their phone.
No.
All of
Good.
it, right?
That's good.
Be distracted. It was when something happens, when we have an emergency at home, or if something happens in the building.
Yeah.
right? I want them to be able to. And that's where you get into all of the scenarios.
Yeah,
What about this, and
Fair
what about
enough.
this, and what about
Yeah.
this?
I'm
But
good with the language.
before cell phones,
you could.
life went on.
Self voting for this.
Just
I
fine.
don't-
Yeah.
Emergency happened and.
Yeah. Yep.
Right, I mean, it's.
Right. Are we good?
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, next one is our executive responsibility 3, which is the treatment of parents, students, and the public. Do
Yes.
you have any questions on this one? Comments? All of the above.
Any questions on ER3?
No,
Maybe not. This one's straight.
Okay,
Right? Anybody else? No. All right, executive responsibility 17, which is our technology.
and Les is here. If you have any questions regarding this. So
Not, no.
I just want to reflect for a moment. When I first came on as assistant superintendent, we would do lengthy presentations on things.
Oh, I believe I still remember that even from when I started.
So if you're missing that.
Not even a little bit.
Jane, you weren't here.
it's all good.
I've already
Oh,
read
yeah.
these.
So the idea, right, and Paul, like, I think we talked about this, so
Yeah.
if there's ever a question, concern, we update these because we have policy procedures that do change, they get updated. Different people are in different roles, they get updated in that. Okay, I'm just checking.
Not rushing through. Do we have anything else that we would like to add tonight? Anything? No? All right. It is 8:09 and I'm going to adjourn our work session.
Thank you.
Thank you.